Testing, testing. Testing, testing, Tom. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good? So you know the 4 people that we need to watch out for, right?
But I think he just didn't, it turns out like watch the kids.
Yeah, we hired someone to they're 65.
Well, so then he took it and he got like 88. He missed it like by a point. And then,
Oh, wow. Good morning.
Hi,
Morning.
I'm
Yeah.
Kim. We've been
What it was
talking on
gonna
the
be
phone a
like.
little bit.
He didn't have
You're
the right.
Kim.
Oh, hi.
He used a
Staff,
different
the
preparation thing.
Okay.
And then this one he
Meeting
passed
also.
the
Yeah.
first time. This is the
Oh,
bigger
nice meeting you.
test.
Allison.
This was the one.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I've seen your
The
face.
first one
but-
was only like an hour or something.
Okay.
This was, I think it's the 7 that's the longer one.
So I bet you he just took the investment advisor one, and then. But no, you said he took the 7 already.
He's taking 2 tests. He's done. Like he's
Good.
He's good.
All right.
Yes.
Hi, Kim.
Hey.
Hi, Jason.
Should I want to
Good to
see
see you.
it?
Do you want a copy of the RAD composition change?
So is this
You
like,
have on your-
there's only some
Yeah, I
computers
just have
that
it
people
printed
brought
out.
their own?
Yeah.
They asked me.
Right, I know, and yeah.
And I said I'm not. so-
Well, I have mine, but I said I'm not.
Oh, no, I actually have this on my computer.
Because I said.
All right.
Is that you?
Is that?
I'm not cool though.
Wow. Guess we know who we're dealing with.
On that note, it's time to begin. Good morning, everyone. Jason Lee, here with Ellen Steinbrecher, Leah Wilson, and Vanessa. This is the Executive Committee meeting. I will start it with immediately going into closed session. And this will be closed. Wait, well, actually, we should do the roll call first. So let's do the roll call first.
Here.
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 Here. Okay. And now we're going to go into closed session. We're allotted about 15 minutes, but I think we're going to go a little longer than that. So let's think about probably 20, 25 minutes, and we'll be back into open. So with that, we're in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 11126A1. Mark, here. Alright, so, first item is, and then there are definitely, I think, some future things, like how we know that have the beginnings, I think, of a product, related to because, there is that process, provides like open it up, should be, or there should be, Definitely here.
Yeah, okay. And any history later, 'cause I think we're all.
Okay, so, with the board appointing me as executive director, the board also established an ad hoc transition committee made up half of it. Roster in front of you, Jim was on that committee, myself, Alan, and Jason. The ad hoc transition committee was charged with sort of helping me or assisting, overseeing my transition into the role. So I had a transition plan or a number of different activities that I was involved with. At the conclusion of that process, I presented the group with a performance plan that reflected kind of all the things I had heard, various meetings I had had as part of the transition process, my understanding of what the organization needed to do to move forward, etc. And so I had a performance plan, which hopefully perhaps is in the material that Steve will get into.
Yes.
So the performance plan is aligned with the strategic plan in terms of goals and objectives, and then there's a component of the performance plan that is more around leadership and those kinds of skill sets. So when I presented this to the transition committee, my understanding is this is my performance plan for the year, and this is the document. These are the factors that we will use to evaluate me when my evaluation is due. It is sort of my own style of management that I do believe in clearly laying out what expectations are in advance and then evaluating people based on those expectations. So that is the model that I put forward to the transition committee. And that's what I understood was the answer in terms of my understanding. I did indicate to the committee that I wanted a holistic review that would include all staff, which is something different than what has been done here. So subsequent to that, I had many, a series of staff meetings to share with staff sort of the results of my transition process. Yeah.
When you say that will include all staff, do you mean the board will be reviewing all staff, or your staff will be reviewing?
Yeah, 360, so my, all staff, so not just my direct reports. And then there are some other folks that I, through this process, have identified, report liaison, legislative staffers that I work with, to get that kind of input as part of the 360 process. Of course, the board meetings with the other committees. But you would have the benefit of all of that information when you come together to actually finalize my review. So subsequent to that,
Sure.
There are actually three documents here are attached to one. First is the current draft version of the survey. The second is the original version of the survey that was turn off the very end are the 2018 performance objectives that the board set with Leah when she was appointed.
All right, everyone, we are back. It's Jason Lee. Sounds very echoey now. We are in open session. If I could get the roll call, please.
Broughton?
Here.
Duran?
Here.
LeBron? Here. Manning? Here. Yosen? Here. Stallings? Steinbrecher?
Here.
Wilson?
Here.
Lee?
Here.
Everyone's here.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the public that would, out there that would like to comment on any agenda item before the executive committee? Seeing no one approaching, we'll move on. There are no consent items, so we'll move on to agenda item 3. Actually, no, this is my chair report. So do we have, I don't see a trustee skill matrix. Is that?
No, that one we just do orally, just
The two new,
just the one, legal specialization.
okay, and is that in the materials, or is that just?
No, that was just gonna be your.
Okay. So we're gonna add to the trustee, we're still in, Highland, we're still in exit, okay. So there is a matrix that we've developed for all the trustees that lays out certain skills that all of us have. We're going to add to that matrix if any trustee has a legal specialization. So that's what we're going to do. I don't think that requires a vote. That's just me telling you that's happening.
Yeah, apparently.
Do you want to put your mic on, Kim?
Some of them are defective.
I'll use this. Apparently it's been done relatively informally in the past, but out of an abundance of caution, if you want to just go ahead and. Oh, sorry. So apparently it's been done informally in the past. Out of an abundance of caution, you could just take a vote on it or not. I don't believe it has been officially voted before. So,
Okay.
But I do believe we go ahead and take that. It was.
It was officially voted on before.
Okay, so we should do I have a motion then to add this skill to our matrix?
Sorry, what are we adding it to?
To the trustee skill matrix. So if you remember the document.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just not clear. What are we?
We're adding a legal specialization designation
okay, got it.
to that matrix.
Fine.
I believe when we were reviewing the matrix as a whole, the fact that certain trustees had specializations was relevant likely to some of the discussions that we were having and understanding that particular trustee's background and qualifications. That I think this came up in the sort of the appellate discussion, and it sort of meshed into well, if certain trustees have skill in criminal law, for example, that we should know as a body, we should know that, and the public should know that. That's my recollection of why this is added.
I know, we're not supposed to be giving any legal advice, because we're supposed to rely on, thank you, Office of General Counsel. I could see doing it because we want to perhaps make a more well-rounded board, but I'm not even sure, since we can't use our skills. It does bring different perspectives. Having a criminal defense attorney and a prosecutor on our board, both, I think, is helpful for some of our discussions, especially around the rules of professional conduct. That's been helpful.
Right.
The matrix is used for our appointing authorities, from my understanding, to help make sure that we've got board members who, fill all these categories we think are important. Having legal specialization listed, Are you talking about certified legal specialists? Are you talking about just your practice area?
Certified.
I don't know that that's helpful, honestly.
Ruben, then Mark?
Yeah, was there any discussion about whether that would have the effect, either intended or unintended, to make it a de facto prerequisite to being appointed to the board?
No, no discussion at all. And so you reminded me of how this sort of came about. This was when we dealt with the rules, the ethical rule revisions. A lot of this came up, and I think it was useful for us to understand. And though knowing no one was giving legal advice, what people's practice area, what people may have in terms of certified legal specialization. I think this is sort of how that came about. Mark, and then Renee.
This would only apply to attorney members of the board.
Correct.
And I'm just wondering if maybe you could expand that a little bit for non-attorney members, so that if they have some sort of a specialty like MBA or some other certification, that might also be something to be considered.
Okay. Renee?
Sorry, I don't know if this is, there we go. I don't think this should be added. I think that when the matrix was developed, it was really about, the reason boards have a skills matrix is because there's a certain mix of skills that are required, that we believe are necessary to be an effective board. So you need enough people with governance expertise, with financial expertise, which HR, whatever that may be. I don't think this is actually a requirement. It may be something that's useful to know at certain points, and you can always ask people, but the purpose of the matrix is to make sure that you have certain skills covered and the right mix of skills, and I don't think this is one of those.
Okay. Any other comments? There's no motion, so this is not before us. Okay. So we will not adopt and add legal specialization to our skills matrix. The next item on my chair report, I think, for context, this is an effort on my part, Alan's part, and Leah's part to sort of streamline how we are conducting the business of governance in light of many changes that have occurred over the past year, namely the split, our overall focus on regulation, and sort of practically speaking, the reduction of our overall board size. So what I'm proposing is to sort of back up, there was a time when we were a unified bar that there were concerns expressed that the trustees as a whole were not focused on regulation and discipline. So what occurred was that we passed a resolution that required, with very few exceptions, all the trustees to be on RAD, the committee, to reflect everyone's unified focus on that activity of the bar. A lot has changed since then. I think the need for all the trustees to be on RAD no longer exists, in my view. And we just, practically speaking, just don't have a lot of the bodies that we used to. And there are people, I think, that we can be more efficient in the way we govern, and we don't need to have everyone on RAD. That also reflects, I know, to be a much more operationally the way boards are generally run, which is there is never everyone on the board on one committee. So then at the board meeting, I'm going to introduce several other related recommendations to streamline this. So what's going to happen if you approve this, we're going to go before the board to adopt it, and then I'll have a recommendation of pulling people off RAD, as well as other committees, to get to this magic number of 7, which we all decided was the best way to run any committee. Joanna?
Thank you. The decision to limit committees to 7 was essentially as a base, and if there's reason to have more, then we would not limit it to 7. In this case, I think there is a very strong reason to have more. It hasn't been that long ago that we were facing the legislature with these issues, and the legislature was behind us doing this. Because RAD and the responsibilities of RAD is the core mission. It's the main thing that the State Bar does. It's 80% of our budget. It's our focus. It's what the public recognizes us as doing. And especially with the open meeting laws being imposed on us, it really is important for the board members who can be a part of RAD to be sitting at the table and participating in the discussions if they want to. So much, and I understand you can pull things out of consent for the full board meeting, but the bulk of all discussions happen in committee. And when a decision's already been made by the committee and it goes under consent for the full board, pulling it out because you missed the opportunity of speaking your mind is likely not going to change anything at that point. And it's onerous. It's just easier to allow people to participate in the discussion at the time, have their views heard so that the committee can consider those views before making a decision. We also have the reports made during RAD from our Chief Trial Counsel. It gives opportunities for questions to be asked in open session that the members are concerned about. I reached out to Michael Colantuno and Denny Mangers, who were here also, when this all came to a head and were big proponents of this change. They both are strongly opposed to us making this change, especially at this time. We are newly focused on regulation. It hasn't been that long, and I think it sends the wrong message if we do this. Maybe later we can reconsider it, but I think it's still too new. If we haven't talked to the legislature about this, I don't think we should be doing it yet. And, well, Renee's had some good ideas on how to change RAD, and we haven't looked at those carefully enough, perhaps. I think we still focus, there's stuff the full board wouldn't need to be participating in, but we haven't separated those things out yet. Until we do, I think we need to keep it the way it is.
Renee?
So thank you, Joanna, for that segue. So my thought on this, as some of you who weren't here before, I had proposed last year that there be the RAD committee and then sort of RAD administration, and that while the entire board is responsible for oversight of regulation and discipline, that there were matters that didn't require everybody to talk about it in as much detail. I would compare it to a finance committee. Everybody on the board is responsible for this organization meeting the budget, and that we're fiscally responsible, but not everybody has to be on finance and planning. I understand that RAD maybe is a more visible, but without financial discipline, the whole thing falls apart. So I do think that if this were clarified that, it's not the committee's responsibility, for example, to ensure that the organization is meeting, whatever definitions of backlog or, whatever we decide about that, whatever the metrics are, that is the board's general responsibility and not the committee's responsibility, then that would ensure that the right level of discussion and information was provided at the board meeting and not just to the committee. So I wouldn't want it to be the committee looks at all these reports and then we breeze through it at the meeting. Like, those reports should be to the whole board. If that made sense.
Yes. No. I do know what you mean. Any other?
To follow up on Renee's, I think that's exactly a great way to do it. Move the things that every board member should be participating in the discussion to the full board meeting. It'll make our full board meetings longer, but it'll make RAD shorter. And then we can do this, but I think we need to look at the charter before we actually make the change.
Okay. Any other discussion? No, I think that's a good idea, and that aligns with my my thinking that we should try to be as efficient as possible, given that there's so few of us. Because, you know, if we have a committee comprised of the entire board, with I think 2 exceptions, then why do we have this committee? It should just go to the board. So, just looking at
Another advantage, by the way, Jason, is that by presenting those things to the full board, the board meetings, we're not excluding anybody, because it's only, I think the statute says that the 2 trustees that sit on the A, E, and C can't be part of RAD. It doesn't say they can't be part of the discussions. So if we limit RAD to just some administrative aspects of regulation and discipline, it would allow those trustees to participate in the more meaningful discussions.
got it. Renee?
Could you amend this, amend this to say that we do eliminate this, but put in a requirement, however, we will also ensure that I'm just thinking out loud here, key metrics associated with key performance oversight, remains the function of the whole board, and appoint somebody to delineate what those are. So kind of make an exception that we agree to do this. We agree to not require the whole board to be on RAD, but add some verbiage in here. And sorry, I'm sure you lawyers are all better at coming up with this verbiage. That would say that however, this oversight and discussion of key performance measurements around related to RAD will remain the responsibility of the full board and will be removed from the committee's responsibility. Something like that. So just clarifying that we're moving those responsibilities to the board, and that we could then appoint somebody, maybe Joanna and someone else, to delineate specifically what those are.
Or the co-chairs of RAD.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
The
that
co-chairs
would
of
work too.
Go, Al?
Right.
I don't know if this is an improvement or not, but taking off on your
I'm sure it is.
point, could we adopt this so that not everybody is on RAD and has to attend the RAD meetings, but any board member who wants to attend is invited to attend and be heard?
No.
We can't do that?
That creates
Bagley-Keene problems.
Okay. I knew it wasn't as good an idea.
Renee, are you saying something to the effect of adopt this proposal with an amendment that would reaffirm that oversight of the functions overseen by RAD remain the ultimate responsibility of the full board? As general as that?
Kind of, but also specifically adding that certain functional responsibilities that are in the committee, like review of performance metrics, will be done with the full board and not in committee. So, for example, like the full board should be looking at, are we processing cases in a timely manner? Are we
all of the RAD reports, essentially.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think if there's anything in those reports that, there is a level of detail that maybe the committee could get into, but, I think the board should be looking at, did we meet our objectives? How many cases are we processing? Has there been any, unusual spikes or decreases that we should be aware of? So those kind of metrics that review would not be delegated to the committee. That would happen in the board, so that the board meeting wouldn't simply be, brushing through whatever the committee had already spent time on. But issues around maybe staffing issues or things that really don't need every, 13 people to delve into, those would stay in committee. But review of that report and discussion, and we, can look at the report, would stay within the board.
Can I make a suggestion? If we just make the resolution contingent upon revision and approval of the RAD charter, by the board. I mean, that'll give, an opportunity to figure out what should go to the full board, what should stay with RAD, the board to approve it, and as soon as that's approved, then we can reduce
Yeah,
this.
and I haven't looked at the charter, so I don't.
We don't have to get into,
Yeah, I mean, I think we would have to amend the charter to make any of these changes.
Doesn't it say amending the charter in here?
Oh, she just,
No, I thought the original part said something about the
Sorry,
charter.
let me take this review function off and make it bigger.
Oh, just say which would eliminate. Well, could you say something like subject to ensuring that key oversight functions are moved from RAD to the full board as determined by the RAD chair and somebody else, the co-chair?
As determined by RAD co-chairs and reflected in revisions to the charter. We can do that.
I'm not going to be the person to write any of these things, so.
go ahead, Mark.
Do we need to do this now? In other words, would it not be better to define what it is we want to do and then vote on it instead of sort of haphazardly doing it now? So I think what we're talking about is limiting the scope of RAD and leaving the rest of it there. So I don't know how we'd have to define the charter or what the language should be, but it seems to me that rather than just doing it rapidly, that we would want to think about it and bring it up at the next meeting.
I agree with that. It is certainly a shift in the way I was thinking about RAD and how a committee should work. So maybe I'll just push this on our very capable RAD co-chairs that the three of us work together to see whether there can be sort of that operational and material consideration by the board division.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, and I would liken it to, again, my experience more on the corporate side, but, corporate boards are very tightly focused on the financial performance of the company, right? And everybody on the board has to know how the company is doing, but there's still a finance committee.
Got it. Okay. Well, let's move on to the business agenda, and we can go to 3A. I think that's Donna.
I'm going to get you totally back on schedule.
Good.
So this agenda item seeks your approval for recommendations for the appointment of chairs, vice chairs, and members of the sub-entities whose appointments were deferred until we made some decisions on Appendix I. At the last board meeting, you extended the terms of some chairs and vice chairs of those sub-entities who were subject to Appendix I through the end of the calendar year. And before that time comes to a close, we wanted to go ahead with some final decisions on the chairs and the vice chairs, and as well members of those appointments for members of those committees. The Appendix I item on the board agenda tomorrow presents recommendations for the optimal size of each of the sub-entities, and so this item that I'm presenting to you right now aligns with that with that item and the recommendations contained in that item. We are envisioning that to get to the optimal size, most of the committees will reduce through attrition, and so to the extent that that a committee is currently larger than the optimal size that is being recommended, we're not recommending appointment of additional members to that committee at this point. What are we recommending? For the Committee on Mandatory Fee Arbitration, this item recommends the reappointment of the current chair and the current vice chairs through June 2019. That date is identified as the date when we were proposing that the committee would sunset. For the Client Security Fund Commission, They are currently they will be down to 4 members as of the end of the calendar year. The recommendation is to, following the recommendation of the commission, appoint the current vice chair as chair, to appoint a current member as the vice chair, and then they've also made a recommendation for a public member. That will bring the size of the committee up to the optimal size of 5 that we are recommending in the agenda item tomorrow. Council on Access and Fairness, this item is recommending the appointment of the chair and the vice chair of the committee coming from the existing committee members. And for the Lawyer Assistance Program Oversight Committee, to bring that committee up to the optimal size that's identified in our Appendix I report, we are recommending a 1-year reappointment of the current chair to the committee and to be named as chair, as well as the reappointment of another member who was set to term off. Finally, this item also asks for the temporary reappointment of law school deans for the members of the Law School Council and the Advisory Committee on Accredited Law School Rules, otherwise known as RAC. The membership on that committee terminated in September. The board will be considering it as a January meeting, looking at the structure and function of those committees. Those committees have been previously scheduled to have meetings in December, so we're just recommending an extension of the terms of those prior members up through this coming January board meeting.
Joanna?
With regard to RAC, my only concern is the board will be meeting in January to make a decision how we're going forward. If we only have them extended through the end of January, there's not going to be another board meeting, or I'm not sure there will be any meeting that will allow us to appoint people to replace them in time. So maybe it should be the end of February for the RAC.
Well, presumably we would come with recommendations on the composition of those groups when we come to the board on the broader issue of law school engagement in January. So I think we could address it either way, but I don't feel strongly. It doesn't look like you do either, Donna.
How about, or maybe we just say until replaced by, whatever the board just, agrees. Because I think it's more than just deans being proposed for the new structure. So do we have people in mind already for those?
No.
I don't know if we're going to have time to recruit and do that in 2 weeks.
Right. So, and ultimately, it is contingent on what gets recommended. What we are currently looking at is a structure that is not, in fact, RAC as it is currently constituted, or even as it is currently named. And so, again, sort of, I'm a little agnostic on how we approach this. I think we have recommendations from the name is escaping me. From the Association of Cal's Deans for who they would want recommended for RAC. I'm certain that when we talk about what the new composition would be, they would be happy to give us names in short order, so we would be able to make those recommendations.
I'm not going to worry about it then, because if something in January is stumbling, holding us up, we
can ask for an extension at that time.
Yeah, so let's just do that.
Okay. Any other questions? Can I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Donna, second? Mark? I think we have to do a roll call because Mark was not present for some of the presentation.
Okay, Broughton?
Yes.
Duran? LeBron?
Here.
Manning?
Yeah, we're doing a roll call.
We're doing roll call.
Yeah, and I don't think Ruben voted.
Oh, I heard Joanne. I'm sorry, I didn't hear Duran.
so sorry.
Speak up, Kim.
Yeah, I heard Joanne. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Microphone.
You're not going to answer for me?
No, and I need a microphone, or I can.
Right behind your screen.
The light's right there.
This guy.
Oh, there we go.
It's on.
Okay.
Voices.
I am voting yes.
Who's behind the screen?
Okay, can we start over?
Please.
All right. Broughton,
Yes.
Duran,
Yes.
LeBron. Yes. Manning. Yes. Mendoza.
Yes.
Stallings. Steinbrecher.
Yes.
Lee, are you voting?
No. No, I'm not voting. Thanks, Nana. All right, I think we can tackle 3B, C, and D all at once.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Andrew Tuft. I'm currently the acting program director in the Office of Access and Inclusion. My colleague, I'm pinch hitting for my colleague Rodney Lowe, who couldn't be here today to present these items. Pursuant to the Code of Federal Regulations for the Legal Services Corporation, the State Bar acts as an appointing authority for legal aid organizations who receive financial assistance from the corporation. And these three items are legal services organizations who are seeking reappointment, your approval for reappointment to their board of directors. Each of them are seeking reappointment, and the State Bar rules permit reappointment so long as the member has not served 3 consecutive terms or 6 years total. And the only caveat with that is with respect to the Legal Services of Northern California. That's item D. An individual, Cheryl Carl, previously served from 1993 to 1999 on the board and was reappointed by this Board of Trustees in 2015. So she's seeking reappointment within an additional 6-year period. However, when I looked back at and reappointment outside the 6-year period is permitted when good cause is shown. And we think the good cause is shown at this time, but I just wanted to flag, when I look back at the item in 2015, which was presented in closed session, I'm not sure that a good cause explanation was provided to the board at that time. So I just wanted to flag that for the board. But otherwise, everyone else is eligible for reappointment under the State Bar rules.
Any questions? Have a motion? Joanna, second?
Second.
Alan, can I substitute roll call? Any further discussion? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Broughton?
We don't, we're substituting, yeah.
Substituting, got it.
So we can move on to
And I'm sorry, just to clarify, this motion is for all 3 items, B, C, and D?
correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to item 3E.
Hello. For those who don't know me, my name is Dina DiLoretto. I'm the program director for the Office of Attorney Regulation and Consumer Resources. One of the programs in our office is the mandatory fee arbitration program. This is a program that provides a venue for resolution of attorney-client fee disputes. Many of the arbitrations throughout the state are handled at the county level, but in cases where there is no program in the county, there's a jurisdictional issue, or if there's a conflict within the county, the State Bar handles the arbitrations, and therefore we maintain a roster of arbitrators available to be assigned to these cases. We also have a presiding arbitrator and 2 assistant presiding arbitrators to oversee this program. So the item before you, it requests your authorization to reappoint and appoint the attorneys and public members that are on the roster of arbitrators, as well as the presiding arbitrator and assistant presiding arbitrators.
Thank you. Any second?
Second.
Approving with a second. Can I substitute roll call? Any further discussion? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are on our last item, item 3F, the board book project update.
Okay, I'll speak up. This item will update the committee on the revision to the board book. And I'll do it in a pretty summary fashion. We've attached to the report the revised board book, as well as the current board book, so folks can compare. The goal of the update was to eliminate unnecessary and redundant information. that accumulated over years, and focus the revision on more on what the board members need to actually do your job in the best way possible. So focused on the mission of the board, or the mission of the bar, the role of the board, meeting procedures, committee structure, and staffing. The committee was updated in September on the revision, and during that update, you were informed of about the freelancer who's working on the revision. Cindy Christensen is a former public executive, and she's written a few of these board manuals before. Through working with her staff and Ms. Christensen established guidelines, and those guidelines, again, you heard this in September, but were to get rid of just recitations of statute, move material that was more appropriate for staff to internal documents, get rid of outdated material, get rid of, there were a lot of historical annotations, keep that in-house. The board doesn't necessarily need that. Summarize governance information, and use appendices to provide more detailed information where necessary. And then also move the charters to the appendices. So just a little bit on how the board book has come, the current board book has come to be sort of a little bit of a clumsy document. The original structure was broken into 5 sections based on content, but then over time, due more to administrative necessity than the content itself, other divisions were inserted. For example, tabs. The tabs were never intended to help a reader or organize the structure of the content. They were literally to help revise the document as posted online. So it just became a really clumsy long document. So the revision is divided into 11 sections, and I'll go over them briefly. The first section is an overview of the state bar, governing authority, literally given in bullet points, as opposed to long recitations of the statutes. Section 2 concerns the board itself, so it covers topics such as composition, terms, officer selection, rules of conduct, the duties of the chair, duties of the vice chair, board liaisons, and then short descriptions of the standing committees. There are a number then of associated appendices with this section where more detail is provided if folks want. So for example, appendices will include a listing of the current board members, the standing committee charters, a visual aid of the board committee structure matrix, a listing of board liaisons, and then a cheat sheet for chairing a meeting, which might be handy for folks, and then a calendar of annual board issues that on a given month every year the board is going to need to approve. So then the next section moves on to meeting procedures to give the board members a guidance on how meetings need to be run. So Bagley-Keene, meeting frequency, meeting location, notice, some voting issues, closed session, things like that. Section 4 then will be on sub-entities, and it's not included in the revision right now because staff will need recommendations by the board and guidance by the board on the sub-entity sort of evolution in terms of governance and structure, so it couldn't be included at this time. In fact, I think one of the items during tomorrow's meeting will have a significant impact on the composition of the sub-entities. So we need a little more information before that can be included. Section 5 then, board planning and fiscal oversight. That's where the strategic plan is discussed, and then attached as an appendix is the current strategic plan. And then information on fiscal oversight, for example, the budget, revenue, investment policy, things like that. Section 6, legislation and rulemaking. Section 7 then goes into staffing and just includes an overview of staffing and then discussion of the 3 key players that the board has control over: the executive director, chief trial counsel, and general counsel. Section 8 then goes into a discussion of communication policy. Section 9, expense reimbursement, and then again an associated appendix will have the more detailed travel and business related expense policy that folks can turn to for their needs in terms of going to meetings and how to get reimbursed. Section 10 then discusses board member training. Section 11, other policies and procedures, primarily the conflict of interest policy, again with a more detailed appendix attached at the end. And there also is, I believe at the last meeting, one of the board members requested a glossary of common acronyms because they fly pretty fast around here. And so there's a glossary at the end of common acronyms. And go ahead. So that's the summary.
Yeah. Okay. Just a couple of things. One is when we post this, I hope there will be links so that if an appendix is referenced, you can just click on it and it'll take you to the other part of the document, because that was one of the real challenges with the board book, is you had to scroll through pages to get to the tab. They weren't even numbered but within contents at the beginning. So if that's possible technology-wise, that would be ideal. The other thing is section 6 regarding legislation. In the part that we talk about amicus briefs, we say such matters have to come to the board for approval. We don't say that with regard to legislation, and we really need to be clear that the sub-entities cannot be speaking to the legislature or with respect to rules or regulations outside of the state bar without board approval. I think we need to put some language in there.
Okay, there is a section in the communication section. It's very clear that there needs to be one point of contact for inquiries and then a primary spokesperson, but we can put that specifically in the legislation section.
I think we need to be really clear.
Any other comments?
I would like to make a comment that since my very first board meeting 3 years ago, we've been talking about the board book. I think there has been a lot of frustration about how long it was taking to revise the board book. I think it had been a multi-year effort before I arrived over 3 years ago. So I want to recognize Kim and the rest of her team she's been working with for moving this forward. And I think by January, you'll have a board book to approve and adopt, a significant improvement. So thank you.
Thanks, Kim. All right. I think we are adjourned, and we next up is finance and planning. And what we're going to do to catch up is we're going to work through lunch, so everyone sort of adjust their schedules. I think we can get back on track for the afternoon. Thank you. Sit here. Because I think the reasons why to keep Brad as is are not the same for the other. Yes. I know. I think we have to either stick with the old and make sure change. Okay.
Is that yours?
No. So this is my presentation for audit.
Okay.
What do you have?
I have the resolution.
You go first.
Okay. Do you want me to log in? Or?
Let me log in. I just log in myself.
Yeah, it worked out. I mean, it's other than,
That's mine. Dragging all my stuff around.
I know. I'm glad. I'm glad.
Thank you. Which we have to think about.
Let's see.
Finance and planning. I hope. I don't.
I just need to help.
Okay, so finance and planning first, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I have it right here.
You have it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna look it up.
No, exactly.
Yeah, it's just.
So, this is finance. I've got to stay because I'm coming on.
It would normally be
You're on it.
running PowerPoints.
We would, or if you want, I could do it.
Have you, is this yours?
Yes. And then there should be another one above there.
And you're on audit.
Okay. So,
And you're on.
does he know?
All right, can we get started? We'll start with the roll call.
But they get more exciting.
Alan's on this.
Broughton. Chen. Dallin.
Here.
LeBron.
Here.
Lee.
Here.
Mendoza. Stallings. Steinbreaker.
Brandon and Ellen, you care to join us?
Well, I didn't know that the changes were effective as of today.
But you're
On the old. aren't
you're
we?
still on the committee. Brandon, you're still here. I know you're probably not dying to participate.
This is going to confirm Leah's suspicion that I.
Thank you for joining us. We don't have any closed session. Do we have any public comment from anyone? Not seeing any. We will move on to the first item. I don't have anything to report other than I had a wonderful vacation in Hawaii, and I wasn't thinking about this. So there's my chair's report. So we will start with business item 3A, the discussion of the board's strategic planning session. And hi, Lynn, who's my vice chair, and I will, we just want to solicit the thoughts of the committee about what you'd like to see happening at our January meeting, any thoughts that you have going forward about how we address issues on the strategic plan, and anything you'd like to focus on. Hi, Lynn, do you want to weigh in on this?
So last time we did this, we came up with a number of things to pursue with respect to our strategic plan, and a lot of those things are ongoing. And so my thinking is that for this round, rather than coming up with all sorts of new things that go to the same goals that we were getting at last time, is that we think about diversity and inclusion, because that's one thing we weren't able to get to last time. And I think it would be a good opportunity to do some real deep thinking about what it is as the State Bar we can do to further that mission of diversity and inclusion.
Just to add on that, we're having a joint session with the Programs Committee and COAF today, where we're going to be soliciting information and ideas from them about what we could be pursuing going forward, so we can fill out that part of our strategic plan. But the question is whether or not the committee wants to focus on any other aspect of that, of the strategic plan at the January planning session. We're focusing more in this committee on the strategic plan than we did last year, just to kind of make sure things are happening. And I would also like to get your input on how you see the committee operating in that respect. And if nobody raised, good. I was going to call on people. Thank you, Renee.
Well, I mean, that's a great thing to focus on. I think there we also need to make sure that we're looking at the current plan and making sure that, I mean, we're in the midst of a plan, but you always have to be looking ahead and saying, are there any issues on the horizon that we need to be adding to the plan? You don't kind of get to the end of a 3-year plan and say, okay, we're done, 3 years, start over, right? It's always rolling. It does seem to me, and not to jump ahead, but we do have a pretty big strategic issue related to our budget. And I don't know how we're going to avoid that at the planning session.
So do you see that as being a focused discussion or part of a larger discussion on the budget, on the strategic plan?
All of the above. I mean, if you read this document, I mean, depending what happens with the fee increase, which is not a guarantee, this has pretty extensive consequences. It seems to me we need some kind of plan. So I don't want to jump ahead, but we're not going to solve this issue today, but we need to make sure that we have a very clear plan. And it seems to me that would be a useful discussion item for a strategic planning session.
Okay. I agree. That would be something important for us to include in January as part of our discussions. Jason, do you want to weigh in?
I've been thinking about how, given the statutory mandate for access as well as diversity and inclusion, how access is going to play into us planning forward. I'm mindful, though, that last year at our planning session, we did discuss access, and I think we developed very concrete items to address in that area. But when I was reviewing the strategic plan, what I didn't see was an articulation of sort of themes of access. I also, and I think, as you know, since you're chairing that discussion, there aren't parameters associated with access and what that means. Does it mean something different for the State Bar versus the Access Commission or others? I think that will be a useful discussion to have at our planning session, because it's going to result in us identifying, where we should be and then devoting resources to achieving that. However we end up with the organization of the State Bar and our sub-entity. So that's one element I've been thinking a lot about.
Thank you for raising that. Yeah, we've talked before about the fact that the board needs to define what access to justice means to the State Bar, so we can put, as Jason said, parameters around that and better understand what our sub-entities should be doing as well as the board, because it means different things to different folks, and we need to be clear about what we mean, and we haven't done that yet, so that's going to have to be a discussion that we have. Thank you for raising that. Mark, you want to weigh in?
Has suggested that we need to define those terms, but along the lines of what Halen has said, diversity inclusion may not necessarily be the same as access, and so we haven't really approached that subject per se, and we may want to sort of more closely define how we want to look at those, if at all. But I do agree with Renee. That is a big bubble that's sitting on the horizon, and I don't think we should overlook it much longer.
Brandon, you want to weigh in? Okay. Sonia?
Same here.
Okay. Just want to make sure we heard from everybody on this because it's very important. As far as going forward and monitoring the strategic plan, I don't know if what we're looking for is just a report each committee meeting to see where we are, if we just want to, look at that. We have that SMART. Maybe it's printing out the SMART document and having it available or electronically so that we can just kind of take a look at it. But, we're creating the way here about how we monitor how we're doing on the strategic plan. So I would really like any thoughts. If anybody has some thoughts on the best way for us to do this going forward, I would really like to hear it. I know Highland would like to hear it as well. So, any thoughts? Otherwise, you're going to leave it in our hands, and that's kind of dangerous. Highland, they trust us. Apparently, they do. Trust us. Okay, so I think that gives staff some assistance on what we'd like to focus on in January. Yep, Mark?
I just should throw this out. We have that new task force that's beginning to meet on alternative methods of access. I guess I don't recall the name, the exact name. There you go.
Access through technology.
That's it. And they're liable to come up with a whole bunch of new and different ideas that we haven't even thought about yet. But that goes pretty much all next year, I think. But I don't think we should necessarily limit ourselves in terms of access, but keep an open mind about what may come out of that task force.
Yeah, hopefully, it's not till the end of next year that we're going to get a report from them, but I think it's definitely going to add to our strategic plan once we have it, as far as how to implement some of what are likely to be brilliant ideas. And I only say that because I'm on it. Anyway. So if there's any further discussion, I was going to move on to the next item. Are you able to? Okay.
Multitask here.
We're going to talk about our third quarter financial statement report, et cetera.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm just going to provide a brief verbal update on the third quarter financial statements that actually are ending, or at least through September 30th, 2018.
Could you identify yourself for the audience who may not know who you are yet? I know it's Vanessa's doing her darndest to distract us.
Poured water all over him. Rained on his parade.
I apologize for that. John Adams, the State Bar's Chief Financial Officer, and I actually started September 4th. So this is my first report on the quarterlies presented to the Finance and Planning Committee. Just to sort of start over, really the reports that are in front of you today are for the third quarter activity through September 30th, 2018. Part one is really a detailed report of the State Bar's financial results through September 30th, 2018. The second part of the report really is the investment report, which talks about our current investments that the State Bar has, including the listing of holdings and the interest rates and interest earnings from our investments. And then the third report is the client security report, which actually shows payments made out and claims received. So starting with the financial highlights, these are year-over-year comparisons. So assets declined by $23.6 million when compared to last September. This decrease in cash was mainly, the result of additional spend down for restricted funds, also from the payout of the $8.3 million from California Lawyers Association as we separate with sections. So that's for assets. Liabilities showed a slight decline of $1.5 million. That's really the result of us paying outstanding loans down from last September. And then the overall net position of the State Bar has declined by $22.2 million. And again, that's really the result of additional spend down from restricted funds and the $8.3 million to CLA. So with revenues, overall operating revenues are currently $7.3 million higher than budgeted for 2018. Expenses are actually under budget right now at $4.3 million, and that's mainly from salaries and benefits. For revenues, mandatory fees are a little higher than budgeted, $0.8 million when you look over the complete budget of $85 million. And then the large increase is really in penalties related to late payments and significant revenue increases from IOLTA accounts related to interest earnings. As interest earnings increase, we receive more money for those grants. And then I mentioned personnel costs are down overall $7 million related to personnel cost. So I'm just going to quickly go through the attachments. Attachment 1, we provide detailed revenue and expense information for the general fund. Attachment 2 is the detail for all the other funds, while attachment 3 is comparing 2018 to 2017. On page 3, we do highlight, page 3 of the attachment 3, we do highlight really the variances that are key. And I won't read through all of them. Certainly you see trust account revenue increase because of IOLTA. Legal specialization fees are also 1.6. And then as far as expenses, you do see an increase in grant expenses related to the increase from interest from IOLTA. And then chief trial counsel expenses are higher, $3.5 million from last year. And then the final attachments are attachment 4 and 5, which really are for assets for the balance sheet and show you the detail for each fund, both the general fund and the individual funds. So moving on, just quickly on the investment report, the balance bar currently has just under $100 million in investments as of September 30th. We will see declines over the next 3 months on investments as we will be spending down the fourth quarter related to most of our revenues received in the first part of the year. The good news is interest rates are up, at least from the money that we have invested. If you compare our rate of return from the state pool at 2.17, last year it was 1.07. So it increased almost 100 or over 100%. What that has resulted in interest earnings of over $900,000 for just the general fund. And the final report, client security, just quickly, over 800 new claims for this year worth $20 million. There has been an increase on the spend down for client security with actions that the board has taken. You can compare that, we were 5.7, which is an increase of 1.9 from last year. And then on page 2, there is a table that sort of gives you the highlights for the client security fund. And I'm turning to that page. And I'll just cover really when you look at year over year, paid applicants increased from 12.8 to 15.2. In process, 7.9 versus 5.9 at the prior year, and then you can see the payouts of 5.7 as of September 30th, 2018, comparison at 3.8. And so those are really the highlights and the key indicators for client security. And with that, I try to make it as brief as possible. I'm available for any questions.
Do any of the members have a question for John? Seeing that we do have a resolution required for this, do I hear a motion? Jason will move. Second. Renee seconded. Do I have any objections to substituting the roll call? Okay, very good. Next item. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning. Amy Nunez, Director of Office of Admissions.
Keith Jenkins, Senior Program Analyst, Chief Administrative Office.
Thank you.
Thank you. This item requests a budget amendment to add funds to the budget for the Admissions Information Management System, abbreviated AIMS, and also requests approval to amend the contract with the system integrator, Slalom. We will very briefly discuss the additional funding need for the project and the source of the proposed funds to meet this need, and then open it up to questions. The initial and current budget for the project is $2.5 million. Staff is requesting that $570,000 now be transferred to the project for an approximate total of $3 million. The goal of AIMS is to provide a single comprehensive system for the whole of the Office of Admission to use in their work. The need for AIMS has been known since 2006, and in 2017, the Salesforce platform and the system integrator Slalom were selected through a competitive request for proposal process. The project initiated in March of this year and progressed through July. In August, the State Bar and Slalom teams jointly determined 2 new project requirements that did not fall within the original scope of the project. These are, first, Department of Justice audit requirements for monitoring access of DOJ information that is sent to admissions, and second, the development of additional integrations with existing systems for greater capability of detecting disciplined attorneys in the admissions process and incorporating discipline unit and attorney regulation data sources. Separately, an additional 3 weeks of quality assurance and user acceptance testing are required to reach the appropriate testing thresholds for mitigating risk. Due to these changes and the extended project schedule, an extension of the current registration vendor, XAP, is also required. Accounting for these changes, AIMS is now scheduled to go into live operation in mid-January 2019. Of the $570,000 requested, $450,000 will be allocated to a contract amendment with Slalom. $45,000 will be allocated to XAP, $20,000 to software tools, $25,000 to other potential operating costs, and $30,000 is estimated for interfund costs. These funds will be sourced from currently unencumbered project funds and from budget savings identified within professional services budgets from several offices. Specifically, $236,000 was originally transferred to the AIMS project budget, project fund, but was not formally allocated to the project budget. $234,000 will be transferred from admissions professional services, $50,000 from legal specialization professional services, and $50,000 from. Yes. Oh, absolutely. My apologies. Would you like me to reiterate any of that?
No.
If you can start because you were going through it so fast, the different amounts from the different funds that you're.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Now, these funds will be sourced from currently unencumbered project funds and from budget savings identified within professional services from several offices. Specifically, $236,000 was originally transferred to the AIMS project fund, but was not formally allocated to the project budget. $234,000 will be transferred from admissions professional services, $50,000 from legal specialization professional services, and $50,000 from information technology professional services. All of this is outlined in detail in the agenda item memo. So I will stop there, and both Amy and I are happy to answer any questions on this.
Okay, I have a question first, and then I'll have you make a motion. When you say these are going to be now allocated, does that mean they've already been budgeted?
The case is such that they have been transferred to the fund that AIMS is in, Fund 19 specifically, or within the general fund. But they were not formally allocated to the budget, so they have been sent to the project. They're just not formally accessible within it. They're essentially not recognized within that. And John, who is not in his chair, might be able to speak in a more detailed manner to that.
They're existing funds, so it's not adding overall to the overall State Bar budget.
Okay, thank you. Brandon, you had a motion?
So that they can use it for the purpose that you would like to do, but there's no increase really in the budget. And so when you reallocate the funds, you will not really use the savings where you don't have to go, you will not be able to use that. The savings that you're getting from the other item will not be, you will not need that in the future though. So once you have taken it out, there will be a chance for you would be short on the other items where you take it down.
So if I could speak to that, one of the funding sources is the admissions professional services. Roughly $234,000 will be allocated for this task. That funding is a cost savings that we incurred by the mere fact that we had earmarked that for the job analysis study that's now being conducted by AccessFlex. So it's a one-time savings that we have that we plan to roll over and reallocate.
Any other questions?
Do you anticipate any other such increases before the project is completed?
Excellent question. No, we do not.
Okay, Brandon's made the motion. Do I have a second? Alan seconded. Do I have any objections to substituting the roll call? Seeing none, it's approved. And that completes our agenda. Thank you. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Ready? Dallin?
Here.
Duran?
Here.
LeBron?
Here.
Lee?
Here.
Manning?
Here.
Pertula?
Here.
And Broughton?
We are scheduled for what, about 15 minutes, I believe, so hopefully we'll get this, we'll try and get a little back on track. I really don't have a chair's report now. Essentially, it's going to be under business, which we'll get to in a second. On the consent agenda, do we have any objections to that? No? Okay, then we'll deem that approved. On business, we have Mr. Bullock here, I believe, to present to you discussion regarding that item.
And if I can just make some opening comments. So just quickly, we did present a quick report in the packet, but I wanted to introduce David Bullock, who is our new external independent auditor. The board did approve an agreement with MGO in September. They are starting really a 3-year engagement with the option of 2 years. As you know, they'll do a internal control audit in the 4th year, but this is really the start of the audit. It's a beginning for both the State Bar and MGO. And David, as the partner for MGO and on the assignment, is really meeting with the audit committee to talk about the scope of the audit. So I'll turn over to David. Mike. Push.
Okay, thank you. Is that better? Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. Today's purpose is really a planning meeting with the trustees, specifically the audit committee. We'll be presenting our audit plan, and also as part of this discussion, we like to open it up to a two-way dialogue and hear from you in terms of what you think the significant activities are of the organization, and it might help us as we plan the audit. This is our first year as the auditors, and it's helpful as we understand the organization to hear from you and your perspective on the organization. The audit team that will be serving State Bar this year will be me as the engagement partner. I've been at MGO since 1996. I've been in the profession since 94, and all of that time focused on state and local government audits, so familiar with the standards. The person to my left on the org chart is Caroline Walsh, and she's going to be the technical reviewer. As part of our quality control, we always have 2 partners look at every report just to ensure the quality of the report. And then the partner to my right on the org chart is Scott Johnson, and he's going to be leading the effort on the internal controls review and the internal audit piece of the contract. That'll be probably year 4 of the contract, so he'll be very involved and key to that part of the scope. but he also oversees our advisory services practice, and we include, you can see below him, Jasmine Costa. She's an IT manager with expertise in the IT environment, and so we'll be utilizing her expertise as we evaluate your IT systems. And then Gian Chim will be the senior manager on the engagement. She couldn't be here today. She has scheduling conflicts, and but she'll be very involved in the audit, hands-on, and I'll make sure to bring her with me at the presentation of the results at the end. And then Abby will be the senior on the engagement. And the senior is the person that's on site full-time during field work just to supervise the day-to-day part of the audit. So required communications. So why are we here today? Well, first of all, we're here for the planning component of our required communications. We're communicating our responsibilities under generally accepted auditing standards. And then we're also reporting the plan, scope, and timing of the audit so that you're aware of that as the audit committee. The results of the audit, the second half of this schedule, will be what we communicate at the end of the audit. So we'll talk a little bit more about timing, but when we conclude the audit, we'll come back to this committee and report the results of our audit. So just real briefly, I don't want to get into too much detail, but we've prepared a nice little visual of what the audit's all about. So the reason that we're hired is to perform the audit, and that's to express an opinion on the financial statements. And so that's what we're going to present with the audit report. So State Bar Management's responsible for the financial statements, and we're responsible to express an opinion on whether or not those financial statements are fairly stated. And that's why you've hired us, to give that independent opinion of those financial statements. And secondly, the next bubble there is the audit standards that we follow. We follow the AICPA's professional standards, and all audits that are conducted under those standards is what's used by all recipients of state and local government audits. The third bubble there is internal controls, and we just want to clarify that we look at internal controls and the environment of State Bar to help us design the audit procedures and get an understanding of the organization, but not to express an opinion on the effectiveness of internal controls. So that's not the objective of the audit. But we do evaluate the internal controls, and then if we see things that are need improvement or some concerns, we'll bring that to your attention through findings at the conclusion of the audit. This visual just gives you an understanding of the process of the audit. Each audit that we do is tailored to each unique organization based on your financial activity. We use a risk-based approach, and all that really means is we identify what the material balances are or the material activity, and we ensure that those amounts have been tested and vetted in terms of those balances. And then we identify and research key issues. And one of the key issues this year will be the implementation of the OPEB standards, and I'll get a little bit more to that later in the presentation. And so this process kind of walks you through each step. So the first step is to document the terms of the engagement, which we've done through an engagement letter. And that's just to make sure we all understand what the scope of the audit's going to be. And then the second one is information gathering. And we do that many ways. We review the minutes of the board. We review the budget. We review the financial activity and get an understanding of the activity for the year as we design our audit. And then we use that information to develop the audit plan and the procedures that we intend to do at year end. And then number 4 there is the execution of those procedures. So this isn't a capital case where there's an execution. Instead, it's just the execution of the audit procedures. And then finally, once we're done with that, then we form our opinion on the financial statements and present our findings. So that's the process of the audit that will take us through till April of next year. Now, one of the important things to understand is materiality. So we don't provide absolute assurance that the financial statements are accurate. We're not saying they're perfect. We're saying that they're fairly stated, meaning there's a level of materiality that's considered as part of that process. And so we evaluate materiality based on your assets and your revenues and come up with what we believe to be a material amount that would affect the user of those financial statements. And then we develop our tests around that to make sure that the financial statements are free of any misstatements above materiality. Okay. Some of the areas that we'll be focusing on are the year-end close, and that's very important because once the year-end happens, December 31, there's a lot of things that affect that cutoff date. There's a lot of estimates involved and fair value calculations. There's accruals of revenues and accounts payable. So we want to make sure the financial statements are fairly stated. So we'll be evaluating the close. Beginning balances is another key area. Since we didn't do last year's audit, we'll be relying on Moss Adams for the 2017 financial statements. And we'll be evaluating their audit work. As a professional courtesy, they make their work papers available to us. We'll be evaluating that in the next month or two to get satisfied with beginning balances. Another key area is investment valuation. You have a large investment portfolio, and that is reported at fair value, not what you paid for those investments. And so we have to ensure that the value of those are properly stated. In addition, there's significant disclosures in the financial statements about investments, and so that's going to be a key area. A couple other areas that we listed is the pension and OPEB. I mentioned earlier, OPEB is the other post-employment benefits, usually retiree health and things of that nature. And so that'll be implemented this year, so that'll be a key area. Revenue recognition and loans payable are also significant balances on your financial statements, so we'll be focusing on that. Consideration of fraud. So the financial audit is not designed to find fraud. It's designed to ensure that the financial statements are fairly stated. So we look at fraud just like we do any other unintentional error to make sure that we've identified areas where there could be a misstatement and ensure that we've designed procedures to evaluate that. And so it gives a little bit of information about that. The deliverables that we'll be presenting to you will be the audit of the financial statements for their calendar year end, December 31, 2018 and 17. We'll be issuing the mandatory membership fees, and then we'll be issuing a report to governance. So that'll be a report to this committee and to the board of directors, trustees on the results of the audit. So the timeline. So we just got the contract finalized within the last month. The audit procedures for interim, so our planning work has already begun. This meeting is part of that. But we'll be out in the field in December to look at internal controls and other testing of details. And then we'll leave and allow management to close the books, and then we'll come back out in February to start the year-end audit. And we intend to finalize the report in March and present to this committee. I believe it's in May, at your May meeting. For an accounting update, there's really only one significant accounting standard that we're going to implement this year, the State Bar will implement, and that's GASB 75 on OPEB reporting. And again, it'll have a significant impact to your financial statements, and we could talk more about that at the results of the audit. And then one other standard that's going to be due in the next couple of years, 2020, will be the new standard on leases. And because you own office buildings and you have a lot of tenants, that'll have a significant impact to your financial statements, but that's about 2 years away before you have to implement those standards. And the rest of the slides are just a little bit about our firm. And Phil, I think, John, you were going to submit this presentation to all the trustees.
I'm sorry. I was planning on at least sending it out to the audit committee, just if you had
So,
additional questions.
So feel free to contact me if you have any follow-up questions. And we discussed, Mark, having a follow-up meeting in the next month or so, and so we'll be reaching out to schedule that.
So as you can see, things will start happening, as the close of the end of the year. There's also, as you may or may not know, it's not on the agenda right now, but there's the legislative audit that's currently going on. So they're sort of different functions in a way. I don't know if John wants to speak to that, but for now, we're just mainly an informational effort here, so you can hear a little bit about what's going to be happening in the next few months.
I'll just say there are really three then. There will be three concurrent types of audits or reviews. The state audit, which is really intended to determine the feasibility or the viability of our request for a fee increase. Then there will be our financial audit conducted by MGO, and then we have a review going on by the Legislative Analyst Office. So 3 concurrent audits and reviews.
I'm sure we'll see those as they come to fruition.
Yes.
Any questions? I neglected to say at the beginning, ask if there's any public comment on any of the agenda items. Seeing none and hearing none, I think that concludes our committee meeting.
All right, we're going to work through lunch, so programs committee members, if you could grab lunch and then reconvene in about 5 minutes. Sorry, it's Jason's fault.
Yeah, so I think like for today.
I did not. I would.
Only from one item to another.
Yeah, we probably should, like for each item, one person should charge.
Mark? Kind of framed it.
Yeah.
Call the item.
I should have.
Yeah, I could have heard that. Joanne.
Well, I've managed to spill quarter water all over. Yeah, on his financial stuff.
Apart from that,
Mary's career.
are you at least taking some comfort in the apparent rising tide? It's like a slow rolling rise. Arizona and now. Because they're relying on Arizona.
So what was the end result?
Log it or identify. That's not gonna happen.
I just should have.
Recount. Oh, in Georgia.
3 of them.
But that one, it just needs to come down below 50%.
When we have the right means data.
That was where I said it.
Well, they're like all.
Right. Well, we're gonna have the tax credit today.
So yeah, when Josh Hart came yesterday, I think it was Josh. Tracy's seat.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Programs, me too. Gotta find an empty spot.
Oh, in our lunch, yeah, right.
2 years back.
No, I'm not.
Probably MCLE provider. That speaks back. Oh, yeah, let's do it. I mean, there's a big team there. Because she maintains those sort of. I gotta find my notes on that. I would love it if you were. Let me see if I can. Yeah, because we get to sit there.
Like a balance.
That work and find something else. Yeah. That's what I understand. Was it easy? Your portion.
Oh. I wasn't planning. Just, I'm just auditing.
Brandon, are we not dating right now? Announcement, thank you.
You got the final drive.
Did you eat so much amazing food?
Yeah, but you know,
That's a good.
All right, welcome to the Programs Committee meeting. Thank you to all our members for working through lunch. And before we get rolling, let's take the roll call.
Okay, Broughton. Here. Chen.
Here.
Dellen.
Here.
Duran. Here. Lee.
Here.
Manning.
Here.
Mendoza.
Here.
Bertula.
Here.
Salig. Steinbrecher.
Here.
Stallings. Everybody's here.
And yep, Stallings is here. All right, there's no closed session agenda, so we'll proceed to the open session. And at this time, I would ask if there's any members of the public who would like to make public comment and address this committee. If so, please come forward. All right, again, this is public comment for programs. All right, going once, going twice, gone. All right, first order of business under agenda item A is revisions to the special admissions rule. And this is a return from public comment and request for submission to the California Supreme Court. And so we have several distinguished presenters. So go ahead and introduce yourselves to our internet fans and proceed.
Brandon, are you going to do the chair's report at the end?
You know, I'm sorry. Let me go first to the chair's report, and I apologize for glossing over that. I had planned on reserving a majority of my comments for the joint meeting that we're going to have with COAF, but you know, one of the things that was very apparent at the beginning of the programs committee this year was that we were building off of the excellent work that the task force in governance reform has taken and in implementing a lot of the Appendix I recommendations. And so with that comes great opportunities to examine the efficacy of our various entities, the proper reporting channels, and effective and cohesive strategies to accomplish the mission of the State Bar regarding protection of the public, promoting access and diversity within the profession. So as I said, we're going to be meeting jointly with COAF in a little bit, but I did want to give the opportunity to Joanna, who is working with the Access Commission, and then also Debbie with the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission, to update the board on what types of discussions they're having in their various entities. So, Joanna, is that something that you would like to do?
Thank you, Brandon, and I'll try not to drag it on too long. We've had 2 meetings so far with the Access Commission stakeholders group, and I think we've made a lot of progress. Taking out of the meeting that we had yesterday, I think, and Ruben can elaborate on this if he thinks I have missed something, but I think that the real sticking point going forward will be when the commission wants to take positions in an amicus brief or legislation or something similar that is directly contrary to the interests of the State Bar, whether or not they should be allowed to do that. That's the type of independence they would like to have. And Ruben and I, as we've been participating in these meetings, we can't speak on behalf of the board because it's just Ruben and myself, so we can just give our own personal opinions on how we feel about that as board members. And we've both had the opinion that the board needs to be the ultimate decider on such issues. If there's going to be a position taken that's in conflict with the State Bar, we think the board should be able to say, we don't want you to take that, we are not going to allow you to take that. Because there's been no opportunity for the board to discuss this, it would be helpful just to get some feedback from the board members here on what their thoughts are on that, so that when we have our next and final meeting on the 27th, we're able to share with them what other board members feel, and we're not just speaking for ourselves. Do you think that summarizes it?
I think that's fair.
Okay. So I'd like to hear from some of you on this issue, if I could. When you're done chewing. Alan?
He's done.
On the issue of whether they should take positions contrary to ours?
Right.
No.
Okay. Okay.
No, I mean, we're an organization, and they want to have an independent voice, you know, different than ours. We can deal with that.
Okay. Well, to make this faster, does anyone disagree with that position? Yes.
I don't necessarily agree with, I'm sorry. I agree with that. But I did want to note, I think that instance will be probably rare that comes up. And maybe you would know this better than I would, given you're deep into the issues. Has there been an instance where the Access Commission has taken a potentially adverse position to either the State Bar or the court?
Not that anybody's been able to articulate during our meetings. There has been some. The examples that have come up are situations more where perhaps the State Bar doesn't want to take a position, and the commission does. I think those could probably be worked through. through a process. The challenge is they want complete freedom to take whatever positions they want to take. And unless they're separated from the bar, the concern is that they're still part of this organization, and we need to speak with one voice and not in contradiction to each other. But so while everyone recognizes during these meetings it's rare and nobody can remember a particular instance where this has occurred, it is an issue, and it might be very helpful to the commission members to understand where the board stands on this unlikely but possible situation.
Right. No, I think it's an important question. And just to follow up, Marcus, so I know one of the models that's being considered with the Access Commission is if they separate, the State Bar would provide some amount of funding for that as a resource to them. How far do we take the principle that if they take an adverse position to the State Bar or the court, how comfortable would we be funding them as a separate entity? So that's something I haven't decided. I just thought about this as you and I were having this discussion, but it is of a similar theme, I think.
It's a question the board would have to address, I think. The discussion yesterday was if we treated them like a vendor and for a certain amount of money, we asked for certain reports and assistance with our access priorities, they could spend the money however they see fit as long as we got those reports and assistance that we're contracting for. So it would come down to the details of the contract, whether or not we were comfortable. If in the unlikely event they did want to take a contrary position, we would still want to continue.
I just think like if it was a vendor relationship and I found out a vendor was taking contrary positions to the organization, I would not want them as a vendor. So I guess more to think about. Thank you for doing that work.
Sure. So I think that we've got, Mark, did you want to?
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah, I think there was a letter or something, it may have been from them, but it was a couple of years ago, contrary to us, or at least they sent an amicus in one of our sub-entities that was not approved, if you will, and that raised one of the issues. Vanessa has done a memo sometime in the past about the fact that they are a sub-entity and therefore they have to comply with the regulations, and she can speak more to that. To me, it's maybe a little bit more than just sending in some sort of a written amicus. It's taking a position with the legislature that is perhaps contrary to the board, and I think that happened last year. And I know Michael was conflicted about that, and so I think the real issue is whether or not they're going to continue to be a sub-entity, and if they are, they have to comply with all of the rules that apply to all of us, or are they going to decide that they want to do these things on their own, and then we'd have to figure out how to separate from the bar. So those are my thoughts.
I think they would like to continue and have the ability as an exception to the rules that we impose on other sub-entities, and that's why I wanted some feedback on whether or not such an exception the board would be open to.
But I know, Ruben, you're going to talk, and maybe you could speak to this as well, because I think if we're going to raise this with the committee, the exceptions extend beyond taking positions. Yes. The exceptions really speak to this issue of whether or not the commission can take on independent projects, activities, initiatives that are not directed by the board or staff. So on their own independent motion, take on whatever projects they want to take on. And I think the compromise being discussed is that if they choose to do that, they'd have to fund those and staff them on their own. And there would be some kind of disclaimer on the final product indicating this was a product of the Access Commission, not the board. So that's another very unusual kind of piece of this discussion. So Ruben, sorry.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. And just to add on to what Jason was talking about, before we got to the conversation about whether they were to be considered a vendor, I think the closest analog we had a discussion about was the Judicial Council and their committees, and the Judicial Council rep is Patel. Jody Patel, and I think I can paraphrase her fairly by saying that
her position and the Judicial Council's position was any of our subcommittees or people that we fund are not going to be doing anything outside of sort of our, our bailiwick, or they're not going to take a position adverse or different than what the Judicial Council is going to do. So that's the closest analog that I think.
All right, Sean?
Just to be sure I understand the discussion, so Joanna, you talked about taking positions adverse to the bar. Is the status quo, as we understand it, that if they wanted to file an amicus brief, they would need to come to the board for approval?
It has happened, and they have not.
No, I understand, but then Vanessa's office gave an opinion.
Right, but it didn't go to the board. So, we're trying to, the amicus policy in the new board book says you have to come to the board.
Right. The amicus policy in the current board book is insufficient to cover these various situations, and that's why it's being amended. I wanted to give examples of where these issues has come up about the Access Commission acting. Mark was referencing an amicus. It was when for the 2017 or 16, when we didn't get a fee bill from the legislature, and the State Bar was filing a request for a fee assessment from the California Supreme Court. And the Office of General Counsel was analyzing the scope of what we could ask for mandatory fees and the issue of what is included in the definition of discipline. How far can that area be, what can be the scope of that area? So the Access Commission, in an attempt to support our request, submitted an amicus to the court in which they opined about access and inclusion work being part of discipline, but it was not coordinated with us. And I don't recall if it was particularly different, but it just was uncoordinated and therefore could have been very different at a critical period when we were trying to get funding to keep the doors open. I can remember at least one amicus that came up last year in a criminal justice case before the Supreme Court, that they had submitted their own amicus, and then there was a reply brief, or the court had requested a letter, I think is when it finally came to our attention, and we discussed it, and I think the board approved it ultimately. The James case or something, it sounds familiar. That's the kind of thing that but it was kind of after the fact, after they had already had an amicus, I believe, and on the principal brief in the case.
All right, Sean.
So I would just say, that sounds like the right policy to me. And I also agree that I would hope that if the commission wants to file something or take a position, that we would try to work with them to see if we can make it work. So the intention of this is not to stop them in their tracks at all, but to recognize that we're all part of one organization, need to speak with one voice, and need to work together. And with regard to this issue of taking on new projects, I guess beyond what is in their charter, so to speak, I would think the same thing would be productive, that there should be dialogue, and certainly the leadership of this committee should be alerted to that and should alert the committee or the board as necessary. And hopefully any concerns or objections the board had could be worked out through discussion. But if there were controversy about that, it's something that the board would at least need to have the opportunity to address at that time.
All right. Yes, and Debbie.
One of the things, I attended one of their meetings, and they were talking about some of the things they wanted to do in talking with the legislature. And I think one of the things that they filed, that they talked to the legislature about, I think it might be the issue you're talking about, the amicus brief that they filed, which was different than what the position that the board had. And I sort of explained to them, I said, when you go to the legislature like that, you're saying one thing, and then the board is saying something else, how do you expect the legislature to know who's speaking, who's talking? Okay, they think, you can put all the disclaimers you want on there, that this is just us talking. But as far as the legislature is concerned, they're a part of the board, and you're speaking for the board. You shouldn't expect them to have to parse between who's representing the board. If both of you are sitting there, someone from their commission and then somebody from the board sitting there, which one are the, why does the legislature have to parse between the two of you? The board should be having one voice, just like Sean said, and it shouldn't be, we shouldn't have to have that, they shouldn't have to have that confusion. And, you know, and they do want to take on, you know, other legislation that, I don't think that they've come to the board to ask, can we, you know, we want to do this legislation. And they're already talking about getting an author for legislation that they want to do. And I don't believe they've come to us to ask permission or for us to decide or to even understand what they're trying to do. And there's something that was that was voted down last year, and they want to revive it. So I do think that I agree that everything that they want to do like that should come from the board. They should work with us, and we should speak with one voice. And it shouldn't be the legislature has to parse between what they're saying and then what the board's saying.
All right, this is a great discussion, and I appreciate the information. I think what is important going forward is that there are clear lines of communication, that, you know, the bar is made up of many different parts, kind of a giant body, if you will. We each have our own roles, and I think in the Appendix I review, this is really getting some good discussion points out in the open. So I look forward to continuing this discussion, and especially into the planning session next year. So is that something that we can, not that we're punting down the road, but have a more fully developed discussion? And will that help you in your going to the different commissions, Joanna?
Yeah, we're going to be preparing the stakeholders group after the next meeting is going to put together a report to present to the board in January. And this will help feed the position that stakeholders group takes. So I really appreciate everyone's input, and Ruben and I will share it with the stakeholders group on the 27th. Thank you very much for giving us time to do that.
Absolutely. All right. Sorry to keep you guys on the front and center there. So Amy, if you want to go ahead and proceed.
No problem. Good afternoon. I'm Amy Nunez, Director of the Office of Admissions. I'm presenting with Elizabeth Hum, Program Supervisor from the Office of Access and Inclusion, and Dusty Overpack, Counsel from Office of General Counsel. So today we're presenting on the public comments that we received on the special admissions proposals, and also we're going to present on the staff response to those proposals. We're going to start with a brief summary of those proposals.
Good afternoon, everyone. This committee has reviewed these proposals at its last meeting in September, so we're just going to do a quick refresher. So the rules that we are looking at are the multi-jurisdictional practice program rules, registered in-house counsel, registered legal services attorney, foreign legal consultants, and military spouse attorney. For the foreign legal consultants, we made some minor changes so that those legal consultants would conform to our fingerprinting rules, and so we don't have much discussion on foreign legal consultants. As you'll remember, the three rules, registered in-house counsel, registered legal services attorneys, and military spouse attorneys, we reviewed those rules together. We wanted to make sure that they had the same or similar requirements, that they all conform to the fingerprinting rule. We wanted to eliminate obstacles to participation, and we also reviewed them with an eye towards access to justice and public protection. For all three rules, we distinguished between administrative suspension and disciplinary conduct, and we required supervision for these attorneys where appropriate. For registered in-house counsel specifically, we tried to make it more accessible so that more attorneys could participate by requiring the qualifying institution to have at least 5 employees and not 10. And for registered legal services attorney, we tried to broaden the definition of qualified legal aid entity to extend the criteria beyond IOLTA-funded programs, and we no longer required that they serve exclusively in California. We also extended the time for registered legal aid attorneys from 3 years to 5 years and tried to accommodate multiple attempts at taking the bar exam to encourage bar exam and passage. For the military spouse attorney proposal rule, we drafted this largely to conform with the registered in-house counsel rules and the registered legal aid attorney rules. And so it does not adhere precisely to the model rule that is circulated by the Military Spouse JD Network. The rule aligns with the same level of oversights for legal aid attorneys and requires supervision of a California attorney. We also hope to encourage pro bono work for military spouse attorneys to address access to justice issues.
So with that, I want to talk about the public comments that we received. If that is a hard grid to review, we also made copies of it. There we go. And I think extras could go for the public if anybody's interested in following along. So in total, we received 51 comments during our public comment period, which started on September 21st and ran through November 5th. As you can see, the majority of comments centered on the military spouse attorney rule. Specifically, the greatest number of comments surrounded the issue of opposing mandatory supervision. The next category to receive the most number of comments is support of the military spouse rule as is. So, and the rest of the comments were either favoring or opposing, again, the supervision aspect for the registered legal aid attorney or supporting the rule as is. Now, I thought we could focus a little bit about what the proposed supervision requirements are. So we, when we received these comments, we went back to look at the supervision requirements. And for registered in-house counsel, there basically isn't a supervision requirement. That special admissions application does not require court appearance or does not allow for court appearance. And registered in-house applicants do not provide personal representation. And so the supervision requirement is more lax for that reason. However, in our proposals, if they are providing pro bono services, because the intent is to expand access to legal services, they must be supervised by a California attorney when providing pro bono work. Now, for registered legal aid attorney and for registered military spouse attorneys, the scenario is a bit different. They are allowed to make court appearances, and specifically for that reason, there's a supervision requirement. So they are required to be supervised by a California. The proposal is that they are supervised by a California licensed attorney who's an active licensee in good standing with the State Bar of California, and who's been admitted to practice law for at least 2 years or more. Now, the supervision provision also was revised for the legal aid attorney to clarify that the supervising attorney must approve in writing any appearances in court, which include depositions, arbitration, or other proceedings to the extent required for the protection of the client or customer. And that provision was also included for the registered military spouse attorney. So the supervision requirement also for the registered military spouse attorney was drafted to conform to the RLAA. And so along with the requirement to be supervised by a California attorney, that supervising attorney must also read, approve, and personally sign any pleadings, briefs, or similar documents prepared by that attorney. And additionally, the supervisor has to agree to some control of the work in the event that the registered military spouse attorney is terminated. So, in response to the public comments, we went back to visit the intent of some of the supervision requirements. And for the most part, given the absence of a California law license and the fact that these special admissions classifications require that an attorney is well-versed in California law, applicable case law, and rules regarding ethical conduct, we believe supervision by a California licensed attorney is appropriate. And as a matter of fact, we find it to be critical for public protection. We also did some research and discovered that 6 other jurisdictions require supervision. They include Arizona, Hawaii, Idaho, Maryland, Nevada, and North Carolina. And in some states, that supervision is more restricted than what we're proposing. For example, in Idaho, they require supervision and direction of an active member with whom the court and opposing counsel may readily communicate with regarding the conduct of that attorney. And so 2 states also in other jurisdictions require mentoring as part of the registered military spouse attorney classification. That includes Connecticut and Florida. And specifically, they are required to participate in a mentoring program provided by the state or local bar association. Lastly, supervision is also a means of consumer protection, as consumers may not be the best judge of the quality of representation that they receive from these positions. And lastly, the State Bar is trying to achieve consistency and uniformity in the supervision, and so that's how we develop these proposals, is ensuring consistency and making sure that the supervision looks fair from one position to the next. Where we are now, we are here today requesting that the board approve and adopt the proposed State Bar rule change. And also, we're requesting that the board authorize the State Bar staff to submit the proposal to the California Supreme Court for approval. And with that, if you have any questions, we welcome them.
Joanna.
I'm excited we're here because this has been a long process and it's been long overdue. So thank you all for your hard work on this. It's really important that we've done this. I recognize the concern from the military spouses about the supervision rule. My thinking is that if the Supreme Court approves our recommendation, that we revisit it in a few years to find out how supervision may have hindered their ability. It's really hard to make these decisions in a vacuum. We don't know how it actually impacts things. They're very concerned that it's going to impact their abilities. But until we know it actually does and how it does, we can't really say that it matters. So it would be helpful if we just put maybe 3 years down the road after it's approved on the strategic plan or something, a review of whether or not the supervision rule has hindered the military spouses from being able to seek employment here. So that would be my recommendation, because I really want to see this rule passed. And I understand their concerns, and I understand the arguments for the supervision, but until we know if it really matters, I think we have to do this, but then take a look again.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Mark.
No. With respect to the registered in-house counsel, what is the definition of pro bono? And the reason I ask is this. If the attorney is in-house counsel for a corporation, the CEO's son gets a DUI or has a custody battle or something like that, they now handle that case in court. The client, let's say the son or whoever it is not paying the attorney, so it might be considered pro bono, but the person is receiving a salary based upon their employment by the corporation. If it's considered pro bono, as I understand this, they would have to have supervision, but if it was not, they wouldn't. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
But the supervision, the requirement for registered in-house counsel to serve as pro bono, the rules related to the registered legal aid attorney apply. So the entities themselves have to conform with what's required of a legal aid attorney that's coming to practice in California. So they would have to be a registered legal aid entity to prevent that scenario from occurring. It prevents that scenario from occurring.
So they couldn't do that, in other words. Okay.
All right, Joanna.
I'll make the resolution with the addition of revisiting the supervision rule for the military spouses in a few years. Let's set the date 3 years after approval by the court to give us 3 years of information.
And I don't think we need a change to the rule itself. That's just something that we can put into our strategic plan.
Right.
Yep.
Ask staff to put that on the plan.
All right, Joanna's made that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any objection to substituting the roll call? All right, Motion passes. Great work, everyone. I know that this has been an ongoing project, so thank you to everybody who has been involved with that. And I think it really is the bar paying attention to access issues, but also doing the groundwork to ensure that we protect the public in the process. So well done to everybody involved.
Thank you.
All right, next we have a request to circulate for public comment, proposed changes to state bar rules to accommodate minimum continuing legal education provider course upload programs. So, Mr. McPhail.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert McPhail, and I'm a program manager in regulation and resources department. And the item before you is a request to submit for public comment a rule change to the PCLE rules. The background on this, strategic plan, one of our goals is finding a more efficient way to audit attorneys and CLE compliance. We've been doing paper audits continuously since 2011. The results have not been particularly encouraging, but the paper audits we are doing are incredibly labor intensive, and so we have been looking at easier ways to do it. And one of the proposals is to, right now, MCLE in the state of California is basically on the honor system. Attorneys file a declaration that they've done it. They're expected to keep records that we can audit. But as far as the providers go, while they are expected to also keep records that we can request, they don't normally provide those to us. Consequently, when we do an audit, it's very paper intensive because we're talking to the attorneys, we're talking to the providers, and there is no efficient way to do that other than to look at 25 hours per attorney audit. The total population of the bar takes 1.5 to 1.6 million hours of MCLE each year. So we've been looking for a solution to do this more efficiently. And so what we've discussed is having the providers give us records electronically as they offer the courses. This discussion started with a meeting, a provider summit about 2 years ago, both in Northern and Southern California. This summer we had a focus group that we set up, again, Northern and Southern California, and we specifically tried to pick out a cross-section of providers. We have a variety of different types and sizes of providers. To discuss this with them, hear what they had to say, find out their concerns, and try to address how this might work. After we did the focus group, we also developed a survey which we sent out to all 2,500 currently active single activity and multiple activity providers, and we got 500 responses to that survey. And we've also done some best practice review of what other states do for their MCLE. We learned some things from that process. There are, as expected, a lot of different types of providers, of different sizes and different technical abilities. And they were concerned about this because it will be more work for the providers to provide us with this records. And their primary concern was creating something that worked for them. And there are different sizes. And so the conclusion we drew was that we want to develop a multi-mode way of collecting this data. There is no one-fits-all solution that we can figure out, and so we had proposed to them having something that works for very small providers, something for kind of larger providers, and something for very, very large providers. That was well received by the providers. Based on what we learned in the focus group, we asked some very specific questions in the surveys to find out what some of the other states were doing that they liked or did not like. And again, the idea of having this multi-mode approach was well received. And so that's where we think the most efficient way to go is. We have started reviewing how this might look from an IT perspective. This is a very major project. It's very detailed, and it has to work extremely well, or it's going to create gigantic headaches for our providers. In order to make this change, we need to change the rules because the current provider rule doesn't require them. It requires them to keep records, but it does not require them to report to the state bar. The rule change is relatively minor to require providers to electronically report to us within 30 days of offering the course. We also have a proposed change to the member rule. This is just because the rules have some definitions and we wish to have the definitions track in both rules. We are expecting that members will continue to report by declaration due to some of the things that are in the rules. This will hopefully make their life easier because they will be able to track and see what courses they've taken, but it really doesn't change what we're expecting from attorneys. And so if the board approves this item, this will be put out for a public comment period, and we will report back to you once the public comment period ends.
All right, thank you. Recognizing that this is merely a request to send out for public comment, are there any questions for Robert? All right, seeing none, is there a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved by Allen, seconded by Helen. Is there any objection to substituting the roll call? All right, seeing none, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're getting close. All right, and now move on to the to item C. Ron, if you want to go ahead and come on forward. We're getting close to being back on schedule, so don't feel rushed, Ron. No pressure. I know you won't.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ron B. I'm Principal Analyst with the Office of Research and Institutional Accountability. I'm going to give you a brief update about the bar exam studies. Two of them. One of them is the last of a series of studies that we started last year. It's looking at factors that affect the changes in bar exam performance. And the other is partly based on the studies completed last year, is a transitioning to a different look, a more foundational look at the bar exam, which is attorney job analysis study. So the first one that I'm going to give you an update is some preliminary results of the study on bar exam performance changes. This is a very unique data set, and I want to first thank the law schools who participated in this study. It gives us a lot of detailed information about the bar exam takers' credentials, including LSAT, first year GPA, final year cumulative GPA, and a lot of other information. And then with the data merged with the bar exam results, we have a very rich data set. And that rich data set is very different than typically what you look at the factors affecting bar exam performance, which is a lot of aggregate data that might lead you to certain conclusions, but often not warranted by the nature of the data. So this is data set that allows you to look at the complexity of some of the factors that may interact with one another. And a result of this kind of data set, initially, a clear guideline about the kind of a research approach is based on very specific research questions. And here are the list of the couple main research questions. It is intended to find out to what extent student characteristics as measured by those antecedent characteristics have changed over the period that we look at the bar exam performance from 2013 to 16 and 17. And if there are differences in student characteristics, to what extent those characteristics affect the change in the bar exam performance. And the preliminary results that we looked at, we have a final draft and currently being reviewed by participating law school deans. It shows that some of the changes can be explained by changes in the student characteristics, but it's some portion of it. There's a large percentage, depending on the specific outcome, whether you're looking at performance in terms of an MBE, in terms of a written exam, or in terms of the ultimate pass-fail outcome. The proportion explained by the model is different. And another thing that just came out from this study is there's significant proportion of the changes in bar exam performance remain unexplained based on the data that we collect. So it calls for some maybe additional data collection in order to identify different factors that the current data set cannot provide clear answer. So I mentioned currently we're going through the review process with participating law school deans. They are giving us feedback. We're trying to refine some of the questions. Some of the refinement of the questions might require additional analysis. So we're expecting to spend a little more time to finalize the draft of report. And the job analysis study, we've been planning for that study since the beginning of this year, primarily just the logistics to get the study ready in terms of getting the vendors identified, to identify the software tools that we could use to manage the survey, because the study primarily involves sending out surveys. And then in this study, one of the unique characteristics is we're going to use two types of surveys, and we have also identified the software platform that we're going to use to manage the survey. And working group has also been selected, consisting of 17 members from a variety of stakeholders in California, as well as 3 national organizations, including ABA, NCBE, and other LexisX, the funding organization. And working group members' first meeting was scheduled to take place in December 19th. Primary research questions for this study will be focused on articulation of a clear connection between exam content and current bar exam, current legal practice environment, and development of a minimum competence definition that will inform further discussion about the definition and then follow-up studies necessary. An assessment of the adequacy of the current exam format, a development of a blueprint for future selection of exam topics and question form items. So the current timeline, which is tentative for major milestones of the job analysis study, is in March next year. We have to convene a job analysis panel consisting of practicing attorneys to really spend a lot of time. Usually it's a 2 to 3 day kind of a panel to review the list of knowledge domains, tasks, to come out with the classification of those items in order to populate the survey. So once that part is done, will be followed by pilot testing of a beta version of the survey, and after beta version of the survey comes up, maybe some additional revisions. So currently it's scheduled to have the final version of the survey going out in August the next year. And once the survey results comes back, and it'll be analysis and writing the report, and the final product deliverable from the vendor, we expect to have it in the fall or the end of next year. Any questions?
All right, Jason.
On the student characteristics report and the findings that you gave us an overview of, was there a understanding of the proportion that could be attributed to change in student characteristics to the bar exam results?
As I mentioned, the proportion depends on the specific outcome you look at.
Ron, how about pass, fail, and overall exam?
Pass, fail also depends on the specific comparison of the cohorts. So if you compare the change from 2013 to 2016 and 2017, the proportion that's explained by the student characteristics is different. A larger proportion is explained in the comparison between 13 and 17 than the comparison between 13 and 16. Another way of saying is the change from 13 to 16, the data provides a little less explanation. There are more that's unexplained as to why that change we saw in the decline in 2016. So in terms of the proportion, It ranges from 20% to about 50%.
Okay, so material, certainly material. Interesting, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ron, when do you expect to have the final report back?
Currently, the review from law school deans focus on a couple of the specific issues that needs further refinement. And based on that additional scope of analysis, I could envision that might take at least 2 weeks to run additional analysis. And then that would also require somewhat restructuring of the entire report and the executive summary. So we're looking at least maybe 2 to 3 weeks optimistically.
So probably not in time for any sort of December board meeting, maybe in January?
Right, and I think Ron's being very optimistic, so I'm encouraging him to pace himself as well as our contractor that we're working with. So I think we'll have a better sense of the timing in the next couple of weeks.
Okay. Joanna.
What are we supposed to do with the report? What decision is it supposed to feed, if any? I mean, are we just receiving it and that's great, we did a good job, move on? Or are we using this for something?
The performance study is the fourth in the series of reports that were initiated by the Supreme Court. So we will be receiving the report. Pursuant to the second and third reports, the board submitted a recommendation or factors for the Supreme Court to consider vis-a-vis changing the passing score. So we've taken care of that action item, and now we've completed this. With this fourth study, we will have completed the cycle. We will receive it. There is no corresponding action item. Instead, we will be turning to and have begun the job analysis, which takes us sort of afresh into that cycle of reviewing the validity of the bar exam, because as the research questions for the job analysis suggest, it's really going to inform a discussion as to whether or not we're testing for the right things and in the right way. So that will be, I think, the next sort of actions for the board to consider.
Can we, is there any basis from the performance study for us to revisit our recommendation to the court? Because we didn't have this information when we made our recommendation before. Would there be a basis for us to look at that again?
I think we certainly could discuss that when the report is final, and we also need to confer with our court stakeholders to determine if that would be welcome at this time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Appreciate your work on this.
Thank you.
All right, we are 15 minutes behind schedule, but we got caught up here, so good work, everyone. Going to adjourn the meeting of programs and then go directly into joint meeting between programs and COAF. So if I could have Donna, your cohort.
Yes, my co-presenters have left the room.
Uh-oh.
So if you could get them there.
Do any board members need a 1 or 2 minute break? Everybody good? Okay, we're going to take a couple minute break. When I came back, I had wasn't recorded
After the first roll call, not after you first vote on something.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you had asked.
You know, no one can move.
Right. I was doing that, but I wasn't sure.
Justin, do you want to put the PowerPoint?
What did you say not to?
Oh, nothing, just working hard. Trying to get ready.
are we ready to go on the technology side of things? Good. All right. Want to call this meeting to order. This is a joint meeting between the Programs Committee and our illustrious guests on COAF. So welcome. And Donna, also very illustrious. Donna Hershkowitz is also going to kind of shepherd us through how this is going to go and introduce our guests.
Yes, thank you very much. Donna Hershkowitz, Chief of Programs. I have here with me the leadership of COAF, our Council on Access and Fairness. Sitting at my far right, quick left and right, my far right, Dinah Becton, who is the outgoing chair of COAF. Next to Dinah, Judge Holly Fougier, who at the Executive Committee meeting this morning was approved to be the incoming chair of COAF. And to my immediate right, Judge Brenda Harbin-Forte, who also at the Executive Committee this morning was approved for recommendation to the board as the incoming vice chair of COAF. Also in the audience, we have two members of the leadership team of COAF. We have Kelly Greer and Mark Shem, and I wanted to introduce them as well. And of course, our former fabulous COAF and Office of Access and Inclusion staff person, Patricia Lee.
All right, well, welcome. So now we should probably take a roll call on the program side of things. So, Justin?
Broughton? Here. Chen? Here. Dellin? Here. Duran?
Here.
Lee? Here. Manning? Here. Mendoza?
Here.
Pertula?
Here.
Salig?
Here.
Steinbrecher?
Here.
Stallings is here.
All right, perfect. I want to open this time up now for public comment. Is there anyone who would like to address this joint meeting? All right, seeing no one. All right, Donna, back to you.
Great. So I'm going to do some introductory comments, and then I'm going to turn it over to the people who know most about this topic, the leadership of COAF. I just want to set up very briefly what our goal of this joint meeting is today, and it is taking taking a page from the playbook that we did last year, where the Programs Committee had a joint meeting with the leadership of the California Commission on Access to Justice in November, and as a result of that planning meeting, of that meeting, sort of use that information to help identify how we would construct the planning session for the board in January, and what the topics were that we would be discussing, which ultimately led to the addition of a number of access objectives to the strategic plan. So we're following that model this year with the leadership of COAF. So our goals today include clarifying what the State Bar's mission is on diversity and inclusion, and most importantly, I think identifying the key focus areas for the State Bar's diversity and inclusion work. We really want to, as I said, sort of highlight some strategies and objectives that we would be able to consider at the planning session in January, so we can flesh out our strategic plan in that way. And also, as part of this, we want to identify the information that you all would need, that the board would need in preparation for the planning session. You know, what are the priorities we should be focusing on? We'll talk a little bit about wind tunneling as a tool to access information that will help you all. What data would be necessary in order to provide the board the information they would need to make decisions, and talking about what information we would need to form panels to present to the board. Judge Fougier said that I should have control of this because she would forget to move the slides, and yet. So I just want to start with a quick reminder that none of you all need about the State Bar's mission statement that we adopted in May of 2017, where we were very clear about the breadth of the State Bar's new mission statement. Specifically, we identified access and inclusion as a core part of the work of the Bar, where we noted that the mission includes supportive efforts for greater access to and inclusion in the legal system. The legislature thought very highly of that mission statement that we adopted and saw fit to revise our statutory mission, and that was done in this year's fee legislation, AB 3249, which takes effect in January. And the statutory mission statement was amended with the same language that we have in the State Bar's mission statement, where they identified public protection to include support for greater access to and inclusion in the legal system. We are all sort of very excited that these important declarations by the board and the legislature have been made about the import of diversity and inclusion, and that these are, in fact, key aspects of public protection. As part of the legislature's adoption of the statutory, the change to the statutory mission, they also adopted language that set forth their intent that the State Bar maintain its commitment to and support of effective policies and activities to enhance access, fairness, and diversity in the legal profession and the elimination of bias in the practice of law. They highlighted key things that they thought were important sort of rationale for us carrying forward with that commitment. That the rich diversity of California requires a justice system that's equally accessible and free of bias. That diversity and inclusion are an integral part to the public protection mission to build, retain, and maintain a diverse legal profession. That diversity increases public trust and confidence. As a result, they also asked the bar to develop and implement a plan to continue to increase diversity, and required that we submit a report to them biennially on the plan, which would include our implementation efforts to achieve these goals and outcomes, and the effectiveness of the activities that we have employed. And also specifically invited us to identify in the plan any needed any revenue that might be needed to achieve the other items sort of going forward in the plan. So we've talked about where we have diversity and inclusion in our strategic, in our mission, and in the statute. Where it is missing, and we talked about this earlier, Highland brought this up earlier, is in our strategic plan. In the plan itself, we have no goal that specifically references diversity and inclusion, and no objectives that specifically reference diversity and inclusion. This is one area where the plan is deficient, and why we really wanted to have this meeting today, so we could help identify those areas that the board would want to focus on. So recognizing this paucity of information in the strategic plan, we wanted to begin the process of identifying the best and most effective methods, that the most effective role that the State Bar could play in this arena. And so the Bar convened a diversity summit this past August. There were a few board members who were present. COAF leadership right here was present. And we also had representatives from statewide and regional affinity bars. They discussed, at the meeting, we discussed what it is that we, the State Bar, have been doing, really through the efforts of COAF, what the local and regional affinity bars and statewide affinity bars were doing, and talked about what a role for the State Bar going forward may be. So in order to figure out what our role should be, the first thing we did was address what the long-term goals should be in this space. What is it that we're looking to achieve? Couldn't totally agree, and came up with sort of two possible long-term goals: that the attorney population would match the statewide population, or that the attorney population matches the county population in terms of racial and ethnic diversity. Knowing that that was a far reach, they also identified an interim goal that the attorney population would match the law school population in terms of the diversity. So the summit then turned to recommended State Bar focus areas. Where could the State Bar be most impactful? What is it that the bar can add? Where do we add value to this discussion? And we focused a lot on the statewide leadership aspect that the bar could bring. The bar as a data repository, being able to do analysis of the data and do research and share and support that data, assessing the impact of interventions that have been employed by the State Bar or locally. We talked about the focus area on entry into the profession, looking at law school population trends, sharing that data with law schools and helping law schools employ strategies to improve those law school population trends, assessing bar passage data, identifying what works, and promulgating strategies to improve bar passage data amongst diverse populations. Talked about retention and career advancement as a key state bar focus area. Again, the role that we really talked about for the state bar was collecting and analyzing data, identifying particular populations, practice areas, and employment settings for intervention. And then we talked about judicial diversity and engaging in some partnerships with the Judicial Council, California Judges Association on judicial diversity issues. To continue to advance judicial diversity efforts and to coordinate and provide support for local and affinity bars as well as courts that are doing this work. So then we turn to COAF to do the same exercise. Where could the bar be most impactful? What are the things that we can do that we can measure our effectiveness, that we can report to the legislature? What should our plan look like? What should the bar's focus areas be? At this point, I'm going to turn it over to the COAF leadership to talk to you very briefly about a little bit of history of COAF, a little background. You heard a lot more about that in July when we did a training, so they're going to do that briefly. And then talk about what COAF identified as recommendations for state bar focus areas on diversity and inclusion.
Okay. Hi. It's so nice to be here. Thank you so much for...
The mic, you have to press the bottom and you have to really want it. There you go.
I've forgotten how to do that. All right. Thank you so much for having us here. We really appreciate the fact that the State Bar and the Board of Trustees is so dedicated to diversity and inclusion and understanding the mission of the State Bar. I want to start off by thanking Leah and Donna in particular for their leadership with regard to our discussions, which we've been having pretty much all this year regarding the role of COAF and what it is that we can add and bring to the State Bar in terms of programs, in terms of leadership. So, very, very briefly, COAF was created in 2006 and really started in 2007. Our very first chair was my colleague and friend, Judge Brenda Harbin-Forte. It was the amalgamation of the women, ethnic minorities, sexual orientation, disability, and seniors affinity group bars. And they came together to try to see what we can do collectively to increase the exposure of these various groups, all these various groups, and to help them succeed in the profession and ultimately in the highest leadership in that profession. So we are very excited that the State Bar is seeking to add specific diversity and inclusion objectives in your strategic plan. And this really sends an important message to the legislature. It sends it to the public at large that the State Bar is taking a real leadership role here. So we're encouraged. We're very excited to participate in this process and to assist you in terms of shaping those priorities. So in September, again, we have reviewed the progress that COAF has had in implementing its own strategic plan and what is still left to do. There is a substantial amount left to do. One of the things that has been specifically identified is fixing the leaks in the diversity and inclusion pipeline. That we can, there's a number of issues there as you start with early education, and we sort of talked about high school particularly and above, and getting people to understand at that level that law is a potential profession for them. So there's that aspect of it. We have then going to college, we have preparing for law school during college, we have then getting into law school, and there's a big leak in law school because we see a lot of people who are dropping out of law school, particularly, we believe, from underrepresented groups. And then we have the issue of leadership in the profession because, again, you can have people enter the profession, And that's after they pass the bar exam, but how are they doing? Are they staying in the profession? Are they becoming leaders in the profession? How, and are they then potentially moving into areas like the judiciary where, again, we need additional diversity there. So the initial goal we were talking about was the diversity of the attorney population so that it would match the diversity of the statewide California population. We have had discussions, as we say, about whether it should be statewide 1% or by county. Obviously, it makes a difference in the rural counties, for example, as to what may be potential diversity in that county. So we looked at the COAF long-range plan. We spoke at the Diversity Summit, and there was a very, very productive discussion as to ways in which the State Bar can provide leadership, can provide programming, for example, and can help the affinity bars as well, both the statewide and local affinity bars, to create their own programs, to go forward with their own programs, to assist to increase diversity and inclusion in the profession at large. So we also talked about how it is that you measure that progress. And so that's another area that we're looking at. So COAF, one of its goals is to increase those pipeline efforts. We have Pathway to the Profession. So we have the law academies, for example. The law academies have, there's going to be more discussion about that later, but COAF has been instrumental in helping to grow the Law Academies program, which introduces many, many people, especially in underrepresented groups, to the concept of law as a profession. And that program has grown substantially. Again, I think Carolina is going to be discussing that specifically. But we're looking at the need to collect information, to assess information as to what happens after people go through the Law Academy, and how effective they are in terms of potentially, again, providing a pipeline to law school. So we're looking for data analysis. We're looking to assist those law academies in terms of allowing them to assist students to move towards a legal profession. We also have one of the important aspects that we're looking at, and that Brenda is going to be talking about, is the pathway to the bench. That it's a very important thing that we know that the governor is very, very, well, the past governor, and we expect the next governor is going to be just as interested in making sure that we have a diverse pool of applicants to present to the next governor, as we have done throughout the time of Governor Brown, to assist him with that. One of the things that just came up is that I think yesterday, both Brenda and I got calls from or contact from Josh Groban, who is our latest appointee to the California Supreme Court. He asked us to coordinate the minority bar support for his appointment. And so it says a lot about COAF's influence, that the incoming chair and vice chair, and thank you very much for confirming us in that, are the people who are being asked to coordinate that on behalf of the bar. It's another one of the reasons why we believe that judicial pipeline is something that's a very important function for COAF, which is that COAF is able to coordinate with all of these bar groups. There are, for example, 33 Asian Pacific American bar groups in California, and we happen to know all of them. Brenda is in leadership at the African American Judges Association. We have very close contacts with the Latino and Latina judges, and but also with all the bars that feed into the pipeline. So it's something that we believe that COAF, because of its contacts, is in a tremendously good position to do. So another thing that we do is we have been providing the implicit bias training. I think that all of you went through that fairly recently. I believe that was, and we've had it through Jenny, the state bar sub-entities, and we're working on the state bar staff as well. So another issue that's been identified is the leakage in the pipeline at Bar Passage. And so that is, again, something that we have taken a great interest in, and we want to work with the Board of Trustees to try to increase Bar Passage for diverse test takers. Then we have a number of issues relating to retention and leadership in the profession, in assisting, again, making that whole pipeline more diverse. And we're looking at different programs. We were talking, it was very enlightening at the Diversity Summit to talk to the local bars about ideas they have, and talking about how it is that we can help those local bars to not only put on those programs, but also to replicate them statewide, so that it's not just kept in this county where it was started. So we have a lot of these activities, and here I'm looking at this going, really, I'm going to talk about that? Talking about the California Partnership Law Academies. Again, when we started in 2010, there were 6 law academies. Now there are 22. And in those law academies, 50% of the students must be at-risk students. They begin in the 10th grade, and they get an exposure to the legal system, which they would not have. Personally, I believe that whether or not they ultimately end up as lawyers, they end up with a much better understanding of our profession, which I think is very, very critical to our society. So then we also have the 2+2+3 program, which is the community college feeding into the four-year university, feeding into law schools. And there are 29 community colleges, 8 undergrad, and I believe it's still six law schools?
8 and 8.
8 law schools. So that is creating a tremendous pipeline, primarily for students who have not had the exposure to the legal system and to the legal profession. And so we're able to diversify the profession in that manner. So we are also hoping to be able to coordinate a means by which the success of that program is more quantifiable, so that we look at the population of those who go in, we look at what their preparation was, what their exposure was to the legal system, what happens, how many people go on to college, to a four-year college, go on to university, to law school, and how they do in the profession. So we're really hoping that we'll be able to track that and to use that information to make the program even more successful. Now, we're moving on to what the data tells us, and Carolina.
Good afternoon. I'm Carolina Amarante. I am a program analyst with the Office of Institutional Research and Accountability. And I'll be talking through some of the data that we use not only at the Diversity Summit, but also to support the conversation today. So this first slide is providing information on the current licensee population using admission data as well as the 5-year attorney survey data. We provided this information at the summit and wanted to provide this to you today to show the comparison of the licensee population with the California population. And 2 key takeaways with this slide is that we're seeing that the licensee population is majority white and male, whereas the California population is much more diverse, with a large percentage being Latino as well as female. Some things to note is that there is a percentage information that doesn't reflect racial, ethnic group, or gender, and we are working to improve our data collection practices to obtain more up-to-date records on race, ethnicity, gender, and sexual orientation. So next slide, please. During the Diversity Summit, we did talk about what is the composition of populations that are seeking a JD degree. And in looking at that, we looked at national trends. We obtained information from the National Center for Education Statistics, Law School Admission Council, as well as the American Bar Association. And we compared a white, non-white ratio, which is the top graph, with the male-female ratio. And to understand this graph a little bit better, we're going from 2011 to 2013, and the populations that we are representing here is undergraduate law school applicants first-year enrollees, and then those JD awarded. Again, we're looking at snapshots of these populations, so we're not following these cohorts across these years. We're just looking at this population in its own for each year. And so when the graph represents 1 or over, it shows that there is increase in disparity. In other words, the population is not that diverse. Some key takeaways is that while the undergraduate and law school applicants, as well as some of the first-year groups represent a more diverse population, you do see a major shift when it comes to JD awarded. And you see that both in the white non-white ratio as well as male-female ratio. So, sure.
And just kind of explain, because I think it's hard to understand these ratios. But
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So what we did was we looked at the white population and then compared non-white population. We divided those two. So for instance, in 2011, where you see for undergraduate, it's about 1.3 or so. What that shows is that you do have a more diverse population in comparison to the JD awarded, which is about 2.5, showing a difference between a less diverse population to a more diverse population.
But for very simple lay terms, like the 1.3 in this ratio, it means for every 130 white undergraduate students, you have about 100 non-white undergraduate students. And then when you go to JD awarded, you're saying for about 250 or 275 white JD awarded, you have 100 non-white JD awarded. So that's what these bars and these fractions represent on this graph. And then later, we try to break this down, the non-white groups down a little bit more.
I'll try to slow down as I'm running through the charts. So we present this information during the Diversity Summit to just start engaging the participants and understanding how we can better understand where there is a disparity and how that could also inform any future interventions. So the conversation led many to want to know what the California population consists of. And this is the next slide. I do want to highlight a few things. In obtaining this data, we noted that there was questions about validity of the state level data that's available online. And so we identified California undergraduate enrollment, ABA first year, and JD, ABA JD data that was consistent enough to provide for you today. And it also introduced the need for us for future analysis to develop more formal relationships with different data collection entities to get the raw data so we can really provide accurate assessments. So what these charts are showing is undergraduate enrollment, ABA first year, and JD degree awarded. It does not include the law school applicant pool, which really would be ideal to really understand how the population is shifting as it further gets along into obtaining a JD. Some key things to take away is that the California population, which is represented on top, in comparison to the U.S. population on the bottom, is that the California population is much more diverse. We're also seeing that it is still following national trends where as you move along each group, California undergraduate enrollment to ABA first year to JD degree awarded, that you are seeing those disparities where for 2013, you see for JD degree awarded that 1.6 for California in comparison to 2.5 in 2013 for the U.S.
The ratios are about the same, about the same height. But look at them in California. It's telling you that the disparity between undergraduate and law school admission, at least for California ABA law school, is more significant than the disparity at the national level, which is really
And so, again, we would want to introduce the law school population in future analysis. So in looking at this, we want to say, okay, so what does it mean for the racial and ethnic groups? Breaking this down a little bit further. So if we were to look at the next slide, we took a closer look to what is the percentage change in the population across different cohorts. So we looked at first year 2012 data compared to 2015 JD awarded. So let me back up here. The chart reflects ABA JD awarded in comparison to ABA first year enrollment. And so what we're trying to understand is the change of population from first year enrollment to JD awarded across different racial and ethnic populations. There are some assumptions that are being made here that the first year cohort, say for 2012, 2013, and 2014, is the same population that's expected to complete for JD in 3 years. And again, this is a really good opportunity for us to think about how we can engage data, different entities to get the raw data to better articulate this. One of the key things that we note is that there is a percentage change, or rather a loss in population across the different racial and ethnic groups. And the population that experienced that the most is Black law students. And so this data, this is a sort of a metric that allows us to look at how these shifts in population are experienced by different racial and ethnic groups. And ideally, we would want to do the similar analysis for unaccredited and accredited schools, which is on the next slide. We were able to get an understanding of what the racial and ethnic population is for unaccredited and accredited Cal schools. Oh yes, sorry. Yes. Yes. Yeah, and so that's one thing that stood out for us too. And so looking at the data, the idea could there been maybe a transfer of students for that group. Again, the ability to get the raw data set from these different entities allows us to sort of dig deeper into the population when you see that change in the stats. Yeah. Yeah, that's not that many. I think it was an increase by 3. So again, these type of analysis could be something that can be applied for unaccredited and accredited schools. Are there any additional questions regarding this slide? We don't have. So we were able to get just the racial and ethnic groups for the 2017 for law school enrollment. Ideally, we would want to also get that information for JD awarded for these accredited and uncredited schools. And it's my understanding that JD awarded information is not regularly reported or required in terms of reporting, and maybe something that we would want to introduce in future data collection practices so we can do this similar analysis to really develop. I think the key takeaway from all of these data is developing a baseline for where we see the change in the population over the years and how it's impacting both racial, ethnic, gender, and also if we are able to obtain sexual orientation populations to in turn see how any future interventions are really impacting the diversity in the pipeline.
And so I think what this tells us in terms of sort of a focus area on the pipeline, sort of going back to what we learned at the Diversity Summit and what COAF talked about for focus areas for the bar, there's a lot of information we don't have. about what we do in terms of the law academies and 2+2+3, and if people who start in the law academy end up in law school, or sort of how they flow through the process, if they get the JD, looking at all of this data, and a key role, it seems, for the state bar would be to collect this data and to create those partnerships that Carolina was talking about, so we can collect the data, because the data will help us figure out sort of where those leaks are, and with that, it will help us figure out or come up with some suggestions of why those leaks may be occurring, so we can either at the bar through the efforts of COAF working with the courts, or working with the local or regional or statewide affinity bars, target efforts and come up with strategies that are focused and specific on those areas where the data is telling us, where it's really sort of driving us to.
Just to add to that again, the state bar is in a particularly good position to assist in, besides taking the data and analyzing that, but also working with the law academies, working with the 2+2+3 program, working with the bars to work towards filling in those pipeline gaps, and to assisting them with programs. For example, the mentoring program that we've discussed at various times, that we've been working on for a pilot project, to see how it is that we can assist people to negotiate how it is that you get through the legal profession when perhaps you have absolutely no exposure to it prior to that time. And so we look at the various ways that we can assist lawyers, as well as assisting people to get to the legal profession. And then Judge Brenda is going to be talking about the work on the judicial diversity pipeline.
If I could just interject here real quick, just to the program committee, one of the things I want to highlight to you is that at the end of the presentation, we're going to have a discussion on what areas we want to really flush out in our panel discussions in January. So if you have any questions for COAF during the presentation, any clarifications that might aid you in what type of discussion we're going to have, not only at the end of this meeting, but also in January. If that works for the presenters, I'll go ahead and pose questions as we come to it. All right, thank you.
Okay. That's you.
With respect to, good afternoon, thank you for having me. With respect to the focus area of judicial diversity, I wanted to highlight some of the accomplishments since COAF was started, and actually beginning with its predecessor organization, the Diversity Pipeline, and the committees and the Diversity Summit that came out of that. With respect to those accomplishments, there has been an increase in the percentage of ethnic minorities and women judges. When we had our first summit in 2006 under the auspices of the State Bar's Diversity Pipeline, we had to kind of hand count how many women were on the bench, how many ethnic minorities in the various courts. And sometimes we still hand count that. But we were able, though, once we had some baseline numbers, to track the level of diversity, and there has been an increase in the diversity of ethnic minorities and women judges. Legislation mandating the annual statistical data and broad experience, that relates to the fact that we didn't have official demographics. We could not get reports. When we were trying to get ready for the summit in 2006, we contacted the Judicial Council. Can you tell us how many women on the bench? Can you tell us how many ethnic minorities there are on the bench? We don't have that information. So as a direct outcome of our 2006 summit, there was legislation. The government code was amended to require annual reports from the court, the Judicial Council, as well as from the Jenny Commission in terms of how many people are being evaluated by the Jenny Commission, and as well from the governor's office so that we can track the diversity of appointments and the increase in diversity on the bench. Some of the other things was that there was a transgender judge that was elected in Alameda County. With respect to the reference to implicit bias and broad experience training for Jenny commissioners, one of the concerns for COAF and what we consider to be a measurable result of our work was that we were concerned that ethnic minorities and women were not being fairly evaluated through the Jenny Commission process. Many of them were found not qualified, so they weren't getting through and were not getting in a position to be appointed by the governor's office. And as part of the legislative change now, the Jenny commissioners have to go through annual implicit bias training. The response to that, we were also hopeful at some point that we could even have the governor's secret committees undergo implicit bias training. That didn't happen. But the governor's staff did go through implicit bias training to the extent that they were reviewing and evaluating applications. There are changes to the appointments application. One of the issues that COAF identified early on was that the online judicial appointments application was difficult to navigate for people with disabilities and for people who maybe had, maybe as a result of that short attention span, sometimes you needed to go and get some additional information. Initially, the online application would not allow you to save your information and go back. So if you couldn't finish it within a particular time, it's kind of like that was it. So the governor's office was very responsive to those concerns, and they made changes in the online judicial appointments application process to make sure that some additional time was allotted, number one. Number two, that you could save your work and go back. And that was a huge accomplishment for the members of the bar who had disabilities.
Well, I was going to say, even without that what they had in the very beginning, it said on the form, it said, you have between 2 and 3 hours to complete this. And if you don't complete it before you submit it, then it will all be lost.
Yeah.
And I freaked out when I did that. That was at the very beginning of Governor Brown's first term, and I think a lot of people did. So that was a big help for everybody, frankly.
Yeah, exactly. So so that was a change and a measurable outcome. With respect to the Supreme Court, there was a majority of women for a while, first time in our history. We had 4 women on our Supreme Court, and Justice Wardiger retired last year, so now they're down to 3. There was also a majority of ethnic minorities, and that remains true, and that was also one of the accomplishments. With respect to judicial diversity, judicial appointments, and what the bench looks like, the African American judges are now on a par with the population of California. So the bench looks a lot more like California as a direct result of the actions and activities and of the Council on Access and Fairness. Various courts have set up judicial mentoring programs, and you'll see those counties that have done that. Many courts have sponsored how-to programs, and those have been done in conjunction with the affinity bars. There have been a number of firsts under this, particularly under this administration, a number of first history-making appointments. For example, the first Latino judge on the 6th DCA, District Court of Appeal, first Muslim American judge in California, the first Latina judge in Riverside County. Tons and tons of firsts that we think is a direct result of the work of the Council on Access and Fairness. What we also saw, this was interesting, in terms of who is making the selection. When we had our first diversity summit in 2006, the judicial appointments secretary at the time did not feel that diversity was important. Shortly thereafter, about a week, I'm not sure how soon thereafter, but in any event, an African American woman became the first African-American woman judicial appointment secretary was picked by Governor Schwarzenegger. And because we had been tracking appointments and the level of appointments, that's one of the things that COAF does, we saw an uptick in the percentage of women and ethnic minorities who were being appointed to the bench.
We also had various members of our committee, the council, who met specifically with the Judicial Appointment Secretary, both under Schwarzenegger's administration and now under Brown's administration, and we believe had a substantial effect on them and their appointments.
And a couple of other measurable outcomes. COAF was concerned that there was a lack of opportunities for applicants who were not prosecutors. A lot of DAs were getting appointed to the bench, a lot of people with criminal law experience. Our concern was that many ethnic minorities were practicing criminal defense and public defenders. There were many women and ethnic minorities who were practicing family law, juvenile law. Some of them were doing mediation. And so what we wanted was for the governor's office to give those applicants an opportunity to showcase that kind of talent. And sometimes it just took a simple statement. You know, there's more that goes on in the courthouse than death penalty cases, right? So, and who are the majority of our citizens coming into contact with? They're there on traffic cases. They are there on family law cases, many of them. Sometimes they're there to serve on a jury. But there's a lot more that goes on than the criminal cases. So once the application was amended to allow for that, we now see more public defenders, more criminal people who have a criminal defense background. We see more public interest lawyers getting appointed to the bench. We see more people coming out of, for example, legal aid. We see more people with family law and juvenile experience. Civil practice experience as well. So we have seen that kind of increase. We also, COAF was concerned that the state bar make sure it provide resources to assist applicants in getting appointed to the bench, and so COAF then did the tips on completing the Judicial Appointments Act application, made that available to every applicant in California. They could go onto the State Bar website and pull that down, and so that was important for us. We wanted to make sure that we had some kind of method of providing a report card to track progress in the area of judicial diversity. So we have had our third Judicial Diversity Summit now. That last summit was in 2016, where we go and we look and see what progress has been made since the prior summit. We need as well to do outreach to younger lawyers in order to be appointed to the bench after I've been a state bar member for 10 years. But you can't just wait until your 10th year to start trying to get ready if you're interested in an appointment. So we now have a new initiative to reach out to younger lawyers, maybe 5 years out. What do you need to be doing in the next 5 years if your goal is eventually to get on the bench? So those are some of the other things that we have done, and again, that we see are measurable results. We continue as well, even though they're the annual reports that are required. There is a group of people who track each batch of appointments, and Judge Holly and I are partners in crime on that, and others, but a multicultural group. We track the appointments, every batch of appointments, and we look at gender and ethnicity. And so we are keeping track of it on a micro level as well.
And as it is, the governor's office actually has consulted Brenda and myself and other people on COAF to ask them, what exactly are statistics? And, you know, how are we doing? They look to us to say where we are and to identify candidates as well.
Yeah, unless you think that we are basically advocating or anything of the sort, the COAF understands that it's not COAF's role to advocate for any specific appointments of any individuals, and so a lot of the accomplishments are the result of advocacy of others after we have identified certain issues. But the fact that the governor's office, particularly this governor, has been so responsive to concerns about judicial diversity has actually been quite refreshing. So I think that's it for me.
Did you want to do this last slide?
Okay.
Let's get past the data. Let's get past the data.
Okay, you skipped past the data. Okay. So what should the state bar's role be in promoting judicial diversity? We've talked about the Judicial Diversity Summit. We are partner with the California Judges Association and the Judicial Council. And in terms of that, our next summit, last one was 2016, the next 5-year summit would be in 2021 if we put one on. We'll continue the education and mentoring programs for applicants, expand the scope of diversity and implicit bias training, continue to report on statistics, and work with the courts and affinity bar groups to put on programs on how to become a judge. We think that the bench is the logical terminus for the state bar's role in terms of judicial diversity, because what you're talking about is getting lawyers, your constituency, on the bench. After they are on the bench, then certainly the Judicial Council would be expected to play a bigger role. But right now, because as well, there are so many people the citizenry coming into the bench, into the courthouses looking for justice. It's a very diverse group of people coming into the courthouses. In order for lawyers to do their jobs effectively and for those litigants in the courts who are seeking justice in our courts, it's important to have a diverse bench. So we think that everything that the state bar can do to get people on the bench and get a bench that looks like California's population certainly serves your public protection role, because it's not really the lawyers who have cases pending. I mean, they do not nominally, but we're talking about people's lives and their families. And so if you have a diverse bench, you are more likely to get a better outcome for persons, women, and persons of color. People with disabilities as well. Now the legislation collects information on people with disability, veteran status, LGBTs, all of that data, and we have those demographics now. Okay, I think I probably exceeded my time, and Holly's and everybody else's. Thank you all for listening. I can talk judicial diversity for days and weeks at a time.
Absolutely. So I'm going to go back in just a second to one of the earlier slides. But one of the things that jumped out at me that I think may have jumped out at some of you as Judge Fougier and Judge Harbin-Forte were talking, there was a lot of talk about what COAF has done and what COAF has done. And that's because what the bar has chosen to do now by adding diversity and inclusion to its mission statement, and by having asking the legislature to include the same language in the statutory mission statement, the board has said that we, the board, you are engaged in diversity and inclusion. And so this is an exciting opportunity for the board to develop the goals and objectives that the board would like the bar to carry out. And COAF is obviously well positioned to be the entity that helps carry out the board's mission on this. But we're at a really great time where the board gets to establish its diversity mission, and it's something that that at least in recent memory hasn't happened. So I want to sort of remind us that when COAF met in September, we asked them to identify what they think should be the objectives and the strategies that the state bar would adopt. And so we looked at increasing pipeline efforts, that would be a focus area for the bar, and listed underneath that are some of the ways, the strategies for increasing pipeline efforts. COAF believes that the state bar, one of the state bar's focus areas should be ensuring appropriate implicit bias training. That focus area should be increasing bar exam passage, which could be folded into the pipeline, career advancement and retention, doing a leadership summit, a mentoring pilot project,
identifying populations, practice areas, and employment settings for intervention to ensure to determine if diverse populations are leaving the profession in disproportionate numbers, and if so, why, and to stem that tide, sort of a different part of the pipeline.
Brandon, can I jump in with a question? Donna, may I?
Yeah.
Could you go back that slide right there? So that third bullet point, practice areas and employment setting for intervention. Was there a discussion about what intervention means? I mean, is there an idea there, or is that just a placeholder?
So I think the intervention depends on what the data tells us. And so one of the things that we're doing that Carolina had alluded to is we are working on the MyState Bar Profile platform, and we'll be collecting data on race and ethnicity, practice area, the practice type. Are you in a supervisory role or not? It will tell us sort of more information about the population of attorneys and will help us figure out if something needs to be done, if there is sort of a leakage in that part of the pipeline. But I think we can't shape the intervention until we are able to better, with data, get our arms around where the problems are, and then that'll help us figure out what the problem is and then ultimately what to do about it.
But I'm going to say one thing, which is that mentoring, we think, is going to be a piece of that regardless. And it's something that's very important, especially for solo practitioners, small firm practitioners, people in rural areas, for example, to assist them so that they feel that they have support, and to provide local bars in particular with the capability to run a mentoring program, which is generally a very difficult thing for them to do. It's just very heavy in human capital. And we're working with as many of you know, we're working with various providers to look at the possibility of providing computer programs that would be able, and support that would allow them to run those types of programs so that people who are floundering in an area or having problems in an area will have access to mentors who would be able to assist them and perhaps to stay in the profession longer.
And I just wanted to add, so what Donna was referring to, the questions that are going to go into MyState Bar Profile. So in our strategic plan, the board had directed us to add questions regarding practice type. And this was really designed to get practice area and practice type, meaning solo or small firm practitioner, to add those questions and to ultimately make those mandatory questions for attorneys to answer. That really stemmed from discussions around proactive measures to prevent folks from ending up in the attorney discipline system. The idea being you would target attorneys who are going into a solo practice type with some kind of affirmative training resources. As we've begun to ramp up our D&I work, and we had the summit in August, as we've gone over here, it became clear that that's also a vehicle where we can start to collect information so we can understand the retention and career advancement issues as they might exist in California. I think that the folks here have spoken really effectively to the power of the state bar to collect data and to analyze data. So in addition to the MyState Bar Profile questions that attorneys will be prompted to answer at the time of licensing fee payment, we've also identified or developed questions that will be added for attorneys who seek to go to inactive status, voluntary inactive status. So they're essentially choosing not to practice as attorneys. So we can try to get more information about why those decisions are being made. And then to the actual interventions, I think that's part of what the board needs to grapple with is the state bar as an entity, the body that is going to develop and deploy interventions? Or are we going to collect data, analyze data, support other entities like local affinity bar associations and others in the development and deployment of interventions? So I think, we have to see what the data tells us, but then the board has to consider, as part of this question of what is our role in D&I work, what is the role? Is it policy, data aggregation, analysis, or is it actual deployment of interventions, or some combination of both?
And so Leah teed up exactly where I was headed. So the reason I went back to these slides is our hope as part of this session is that you can, that sort of the board can narrow or not sort of these suggestions for focus areas, figure out sort of where should we get more information, what is it, there are questions certainly that have been raised about in terms of where the bar can be most impactful, where should the pipeline start and where should the pipeline end? There have been questions about, and Judge Harbin-Forte talked about her belief in the importance of the state bar's role in judicial diversity work and being involved in recruitment of judges from diverse backgrounds. There certainly have been questions that have been raised about, is that the bar's role? Or sort of once we're moving sort of from the legal profession into the judicial profession, is there someone else that we can partner with or that might be more equipped to handle that? And so we wanted to sort of get your thoughts on, a sort of an understanding of the focus areas that we should be moving toward, and what more information that we would need in order to do that. I want to turn to one slide for Judge Harbin-Forte, but then I'd like to bring up Jane Lorand, who has worked with us on a process called wind tunneling, which she will explain what that is, because that is a method that I want to offer to the board that we can use to help get information from the legal profession to help sort of identify and narrow the areas and identify the areas where the bar might be most impactful and where we should be intervening.
I just wanted to have everybody just take a look at the level of diversity as it compares to our population. As many of you know, I'm sure as all of you know, California is a minority state. But you will see the continued overrepresentation of Caucasians on the bench as compared to the other ethnicities. Obviously, the Latinos are the largest population. They have about 10% of the bench. I will say that those numbers have improved since our first diversity summit in 2006. So we are making progress there. We have had discussions regarding, should the bar be involved in trying to recruit a diverse group of applicants for the bench? There really is no one else who works with lawyers other than the state bar. The Judicial Council deals with judges, not with lawyers, and they are not going to deal with lawyers in terms of getting on the bench. Once you get on the bench, yes, there are all kinds of resources and everything else, and we can certainly urge them to continue the level of diversity, but there is no one else to step in. These are lawyers who are trying to advance in their profession, and just as you support people who may want to make partnership in their firm and you want to try to provide resources for that, these people want the ultimate end of their legal career to be a career on the bench. So I think I would urge you to have those discussions. That I think that all of us would certainly urge you to consider that there really is no one else other than the state bar to focus on the lawyers and California lawyers. So, all right. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Okay.
All right, Jane. You're going to need to sit at a mic.
Oh, so I need to have this. Can I pick it up?
Or if you want.
Oh, that's much better. I'm much better. Yeah. Thank you. I'm a lawyer and a business person, and I've been involved in working with complex, messy systems, mostly with a lot of contention, for a long time. So my work has been really a systemic engagement of diverse stakeholders in complex, messy, acrimonious systems. And this is not an acrimonious system that we're working with here, but there's a lot of diversity of perspectives about what ought to be done, what could be done, how to leverage our resources, and how to accomplish moving toward improving in all of these different areas. This is what we're working with. They're not problems. They're actually much more like conditions. And if you have problem-solution thinking, then you're always looking for a solution. But there isn't just one solution, and that's going to evolve over time. So our work is really about helping engage qualitatively people's ideas to improve a given condition over time. And what's being passed out here is some work that we did in 2016 at the behest of the leadership of COAF to present at the annual summit, the 5-year summit, some ideas about helping people get oriented about what is going on. And we ran a wind tunneling project in the 3 weeks before the summit, and then we had a few days to put together and make sense of the information and prepare something for the summit participants. And right now, what has been asked of me by Donna and the rest of the group is to show you a simple project that could gather ideas and strategies specifically about 4 of the major areas that you're looking at targeting. Because there are hundreds of people who each have unique perspectives in the systems. And we don't know all the things that they know. We can't possibly know those things. And so how do we gather it in a way where they feel safe, where it's relevant for them, where they get to see everything that everybody else says? Because people want to know and they want to feed off other people's ideas. Wind tunneling is a software that's about accelerating knowledge sharing. It's not about data mining people. One, because I don't think that's all that helpful. I think it is on a quantitative level, but we're looking at qualitative ideas and strategies and insights and perspectives that people will only share if they feel like there's something in it for them. And what's in it for them is that they get to see everybody else's ideas and they can respond to the ideas of other people. So the point of our work is to create more options for leaders that are highly informed, highly current, highly diverse, and you get to see all of the raw data. And so does everybody else. And so people get much more interested in other people's ideas and much more willing to step up and participate because they themselves are the ones who are creating the ideas and having a chance to share them. We use this work not just for planning. We've done state agencies where all the employees in the state agency were involved in creating the strategic plan, which made implementing the plan quite simple because you didn't have to sell it, because people created it themselves and they went through the processes with us, and it was part of their work life. So I'd like to show you, just because we don't have a lot of time, and I'd like to, one, show you what this project might look like, and you can give feedback of whether you think this kind of knowledge acquisition and shaping might be useful for your board meeting to inform what strategies you want to invest in, because it's an investment. And I'm going to need to put this down while I sign in real quickly, because my computer doesn't like this Wi-Fi. Oops, did I do it wrong? Okay, so, oh, I have to do this. Okay, so this is a draft of a project that when people, and we're looking at inviting a wide array of different, oops, is it working? Yeah, okay, different, oh, thanks, different minority bars, county bars, different groups that have a particular interest, because what we've learned about qualitative data is that if it's not relevant to people, they won't participate. Okay, it has to be something they care about. But if they care about it, there's a lot for them to learn to accelerate their own knowledge, and they get quite excited about the ideas of others. So there's a little info page that lets them know the dates and the terms. And then this is really what they would be looking at in terms of contributing their ideas. And so for the purposes of this project, please consider diversity to include the following 5 categories. And that came out of the COAF meetings that we had on the phone. race, ethnicity, gender, veterans, LGBT, and disabilities. And all of this can get changed like that. So we're not stuck on any one thing. But the idea is that people would click on a category, they would go down and put in the short summary or title of their strategy. And then down below, and it says it's helpful to share what is behind your thinking, because the rationale is very compelling for people. A little bit of detail about your strategy. You hit submit, and it automatically goes into the see outcomes, and everybody can then see it and respond to it. So it's very quick. Then you get taken back to this page again, and maybe you have an idea on enhancing judicial diversity or one on increasing bar passage. So these were the 4 categories that in my last email with Donna, we were looking at how could we help the board most effectively assess a wide range of strategies and have their imagination spurred on a little bit too, and to be able to read also, if they're interested, the different ideas that came from the participants. And people can just put in, they can put as many ideas as they want. There's no scarcity going on here. They can write more elaborately. They can respond more elaborately. They can put as many ideas in any category as they want, and they always get to see everything, okay? So I'm going to take you, so this is the idea that we were thinking we would move with before the January meeting, and I'll show you very quickly the project that we did for, wait a minute, I didn't type right, JUDICIAL, here we go. This was the project that we did for the 2016 summit, of which this was just a very brief, quick capture of some of the things that were most interesting. One was, what is judicial diversity? There were 16 different ideas of what people thought judicial diversity meant, which can get in the way if you're trying to move a whole group forward. So the project looked like this, and these were the ideas that we invited people to share their thinking about. They could see the outcomes of what other people had said. Come on, you can do it. There we go. And the outcomes present like this. And you can print any category of idea that you want. You can do a search. You can go through and read the responses. This allows everybody to see everything. There's no hiding the ball. There's no black box decision making. Everybody gets to see everything. And that's refreshing for most people who care about something. They want to know what other people think. And you can see that the ideas, many of them were quite well thought out. And when we went through them, my team and some of the co-op people, we were able to pull together something that the summit leaders could go away with that told them a little bit about the kind of work we're trying to do and the areas of focus. And it has to do with looking at quantitative, what kinds of quantitative measures should we be using? And there's been quite a bit of work done in that area. This project also had an assessing function. And this had to do with the judges who were working with, I think there were 8 or 9 judges on that group that were planning. They wanted to know about the things they had done in the past. How effective did people think they were? Okay? So, for example, cultural, and these were ideas that came up, cultural awareness as a selection criterion for judges. Here's a little bit more elaborated about what we're looking for. And we were asking, would this have a positive impact on judicial diversity on a scale of 1 to 10? What do you think? How significant would this be? And how feasible was effective action by 2018? So people rate these, hit submit, and their ideas immediately go into the database. And they go down and click the next one, rate that one, click the next one, rate that one, and submit. So this is an assessment function that's built in that we don't have planned for this one that's coming up for the bar group, for the Board of Trustees meeting. But you can see that the outcomes present themselves in a user-friendly way for people who are not statisticians to be able to look at that and go, oh, well, what's this one? Okay, well, that judicial, what was that? Judicial judicial, I gotta get my glasses on. Judicial activism in identifying and mentoring potential law students and lawyers of color. So that was an 8.9 on feasibility and and an 8.33 on impact. So that would be one that you would want to be focusing because it's got both, okay? It's highly impactful and it's feasible. So we're asking them to tell us. We're not telling them. And that gives you a whole different perspective on what people are thinking. And then it shows up in a regular chart, you know, the regular kind of table thing that you can go through and look. So this is just part of wind tunneling. It's a part of the work that we do, but it's, we don't data mine people. We don't believe in it. We don't think in our time that the complex issues we're facing, that data mining is all that helpful. And besides, people go like this now. And I think properly so. We don't like people sort of sucking out what we know and think, and we never hear from them again. We never know what happens to that data. And so here, everything is available to everybody. And it can create a ongoing tracking tool to really see how much we're learning, new opportunities that have come up that we never even saw, low-hanging fruit that people in the, for example, in the career advancement portion, that maybe mentoring could take a completely different form that we've never thought of because we're stuck where we are in our perspective. But they see it, okay? They see it, and they can tell us. And it may be very cost-effective and very easy to implement, but they see it, and because of where they're situated and their experience. So any questions in terms of what this is and how we've used it thus far? And if there's anything that you would like to invite us to explore before the Board of Trustees meeting, you can ask that too, if this makes any sense. Dinah, do you have anything to offer?
Well, so I'll just note that in addition to the work that Jane mentioned that was done for the Diversity Summit in 2016, COAF was geared up to do this wind tunneling project for its strategic planning session that would have happened, would have sort of launched in, originally was going to launch in June. And as it was crystallizing in our mind, the formation of this joint meeting and the use of the board planning session to really have the board engage in strategic planning for the board and what should be done, it was determined that it would be it didn't make sense for COAF to have its strategic planning session, but rather to move this work forward. And when we got to this point, see if you all felt that this would be a useful exercise in gathering some information to help shape what we put on the panels for the planning session in January, or how we narrow the information and the strategies going forward.
I would just add that when we planned the summit in 2016, we didn't know initially that we were going to have this wonderful tool to work with. And what I would say about it is that it allows us to take what are sometimes really complex issues and then to kind of narrow them down into ways that we can understand them and think about them. But more importantly, when you plan a summit, you're generally limited to the information and the ideas that come from the people who are in the room. And what was so wonderful about this tool is we were able to send out the information that was in the wind tunneling process to not only to lawyers and to judges and to others in our legal community statewide. And we could get their input and have that available to us at the summit. So it's just a really good way to take these complex issues, to gather all of the intelligence in a non-intimidating way, and also to get a lot of transparency in the room, because very often people may not share their information and ideas in a general room. But because this tool allows everyone to see all of the information, but it also allows you to comment without having to identify who you are. So if you were thinking about an organization that's not necessarily the state bar, you could have the CEO of the company in conversation with the janitor, and they would not know what each other's positions might be, but each might have valuable information to add to the conversation.
Right.
Yes, please. I have a comment and I think two questions.
Sure.
The first comment is thank you very much for your presentation. This is certainly very intriguing, and I can see sort of a lot of possibilities with it and the power of it. practically speaking, is there, are there controls for the integrity of the data? For example, I can only log in once and I can't log in multiple times and pretend
No, you
I'm
can log
different
in as many
people.
times as you want, and we hold all the encryption, okay, that our company does. That's the only way we can guarantee participants that their information is protected. And there's a abusive process that we have. What happens if there's any kind of malfeasance in terms of how people are using the tool? And there's a whole step-by-step of this is what we do, and this is what you do, and this is what we do, and so that everybody knows what everybody knows. And we've been doing this 6 years. We've never had it happen because people are so excited to have something to look forward to, build toward the future, that they let go of the past much more readily, which is interesting.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
do it all over the world.
And then the second question, I think, is probably for the general counsel, and that is, in the context of Bagley-Keene, I'm not sure that the Board of Trustees could necessarily, as a group or any subset, do this, because I don't know that it would be a noticed public meeting.
But this isn't intended really for you to do. It's intended for others to do,
Okay.
and then the results would inform the planning session in January.
Okay,
Took the words out of my mouth.
great. Thank you.
So I apologize because I have to leave right after this to go do some trial witness prep. But I wanted to say, one, I'm hoping that at our strategic planning session, we also have the benefit of the many, many studies that have been done by various organizations on diversity and inclusion issues. The Minority Corporate Counsel Association has some excellent studies that they've done. The ABA Commission on Women in the Profession is just finishing a study on the lack of senior women remaining in the profession. And there are a ton of studies that we can bring to the table that I hope we can summarize for the benefit of the board as we're going through this planning process, because I don't think it's a mystery sort of what the issues are facing diverse lawyers in the profession. It's been studied a lot. I agree it's valuable to gather the data that's California specific, and we need to start tightening down on gathering all that information. I think this wind tunneling project is valuable in terms of getting buy-in from various groups, because if we're going to be moving forward with this, I think it's important that different minority bar associations feel like they have had the chance to offer their input. But in terms of understanding what the problem is, I feel like there's a ton of stuff out there. We need to spend time on retention. I think that there are robust programs and a lot of ideas about pipeline and increasing pipeline into law schools. I think we don't spend enough time on retention, in part because it is such a thorny problem. The numbers are really alarming. I mean, you saw those numbers with respect to who's going into law school and who's passing the bar. Once somebody joins the profession, it's something like 7 years out, all the women of color have left. All of them, and especially at law firms. So we need to focus on retention. And I think one thing to tie it into is the new professional responsibility rule that is going into effect with respect to discrimination and harassment in the profession. Discrimination and harassment in the practice of law. And I think that as the state bar, in our role of regulation and discipline, that gives us an opportunity for tying that to retention, because it is a huge reason why attorneys of color and women are leaving the profession is their experiences of discrimination and harassment in the practice of law.
Thank you. And that's, again, it's a sticky issue, it's a thorny issue, it's complex, and there's a lot of diverse perspectives from men and women. And it's the kind of thing that we do. It's like that kind of level of complexity you need to make a rich picture, and then you need to start making sense of it and bringing in more perspectives and making sense. I mean, it's an ongoing rhythmic thing. You're not going to figure it out and solve it and you're done. We're never going to be done with this. No. And that's good if you set your expectations appropriately. But to have something that's ongoing that people can routinely look to is important. And we're not technologists, my partners and I. We built this because I had some students who said what we were teaching them could be done a lot faster and more simply instead of wall boards and Post-its if they built some software for us. And so that's how we got into the software world. But we found it's quite powerful and quite quick, and it documents everything so that you have a chance to go back. And we're trying to use technology for what technology is good for and not what it's not good for. So thank you very much. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say that this is something that is uniquely suited for the state bar's intervention, because you don't get good ideas unless you have good input.
That's right.
And unless you have a very broad audience of people to who you are directing this, who are saying, please respond to this, and we're going to collect this, and we're going to give the information back to you. We're going to, for example, on retention programs, as Highland said, what programs work for you? What has worked in your organization? What can we do to assist to make this system-wide, to make it something that is available through the state bar for any organization or any firm or any company to use?
But I think what I'm hearing from you, Highland, is irrespective of whether or not we go forward with wind tunneling, you would like to see some kind of meta-analyses that the state bar staff, our research office, would do of all the studies that have been done, because it is accurate that many have been done. We're in the midst of some really important national studies. So we can certainly plan to do that as part of the planning session. There's also just a really interesting report that came out from AALS, Association of Law Schools, about why people are not choosing to go into law school. So that's something that we could bring in. That's on the pipeline issue, of course, but a really important piece of research that's just been done. So I think that's a clear takeaway, and we can certainly plan to present the meta-analyses in January.
Right. Are there any specific questions for Jane?
Yeah. Well, it relates to this process that's being suggested. The challenge I have with it is that the board has yet to determine the parameters of what it is we are going to do and what's appropriate for the bar. That's something we still need to talk about in January. In our Finance and Planning Committee today, we talked about we need to define what access inclusion means for the bar going forward. And since we haven't done that, I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves to seek information. Just if the board decides we don't want to do judicial diversity, asking people for all this, these suggestions, these ideas, could just result in, disappointment. I really feel like we need to do step one first before we do step two. We need to figure it out, what it is we want to do, and then perhaps get more input on, how we accomplish those goals. But we just need to set policy at our planning meeting and some goals and objectives. And how we get there, maybe when we get to that point, it would make more sense to do this. But we need to figure out what we're doing first. There's a lot of, at the Diversity Summit this summer, there was a big challenge for people to get their head around how the bar is different than it used to be. Mm-hmm. And we need to, if we just send this out now, I think a lot of people will react in a way that they're not understanding our limits of what we're doing as a regulatory agency. And I'd rather set the parameters by the board first and then explain what it is we're looking for after that's set, and then get the buy-in.
What I hear you saying is
Yeah. That's my concern, yeah.
any questions? Yes.
I think I agree. I think we do have to be more focused and more, results-driven, and not everything else in there that we can just, and be able to, from that, be able to have measurable action instead of just everything else. Because, again, there are so many reports now. So I think making it more focused.
We have hopefully a little bit of time to discuss some of this. Any other questions?
One question, I have a question. My question is, of the person from wind tunneling now, is if we sent out something that also asked people what if they think access and inclusion means to them, what it is they would like to see, that terminology, how that would be described. Is that something that could be done through a wind tunneling kind of exercise, so that could help us, inform us on how we do our access and inclusion? Is that possible?
It's what we call a core concept expansion. It's really inviting people to say, when you see the word judicial diversity, what is that? What comes up for you? And it turned out 16 different things came up, which is kind of like, wow, I guess we have a real wide range of people who have who think they're doing the same thing, but maybe we're actually pulling against each other instead of pulling together. So the same thing with inclusion and access. Those are words that carry a lot of hidden meanings depending on who you are. And if you're on the in crowd of the board or the trustee, you have a certain interpretation maybe. And then if you're outside and different, you get further and further out and people have very different understandings. So I think that, I agree with that. And I'm taking my direction from co-op in terms of how they wanted to do this particular project. But I have no problem coming on the how, and different strategies might come after you do what you're going to be doing at your board meeting, and not have this inform that so much, but be a follow-on. And all of that's fine with us. So
Thank you.
yeah. Okay, thanks.
I was going to throw it back over to you.
Like I said at the in the middle of the presentation, your job now as the programs committee is to really give staff some direction, really kind of flesh out some of these areas that we want to really dig into. We're not going to solve all of these issues in the next couple of minutes. And Jason, I don't know how much time you want to allot to this discussion. I know we're about 20 minutes over, but I definitely want, while we have COAF here, I think this is a really good discussion. So,
I think we should take the opportunity, given that we have the best and brightest on these issues in the room. Just looking at our, I think let's take 15 minutes, because after this is training.
We got rad.
And then
Yeah.
the backside.
Okay.
Training can be compressed a bit.
And this is certainly also an opportunity for you to say, I see all the areas that you put up and some of the strategies for implementing those areas, and we don't think this is something that that we should pursue. Certainly, that opportunity as well for the board to begin sort of to narrow that down, for the programs committee to begin to narrow that down, if you think you have the information to do that.
So I guess maybe as a starting place, is there anything that's been presented on that any member feels maybe shouldn't be an objective, or maybe it's a secondary objective?
Well, sorry, Donna, we didn't talk about that, but I would caution us against doing that here, because I do think the goal for the board needs to be in January to adopt affirmatively objectives to include in the strategic plan. I think that what COAF has currently outlined is inputs for you, but then at the conclusion of the January planning session, you will filter that and decide what is going to go in our strategic plan. I personally don't think we should do it today, but it would be helpful to get some clarity from the committee as to what you'd like to see us focus on for the planning session. Like we heard from Highland, we need more information about the other studies that have been done and what they tell us. Do we want to include a data piece? What do we know? What do we not know more extensively about each of these areas? I don't know, but that would be, I think, very useful.
Okay. Yes, Joanna.
Following up from the Finance and Planning meeting earlier today, this is like one of 3 areas we're going to be kind of focusing on at the January meeting. And so we need to figure out in that short period of time that we're going to have what we should be focusing on. It was raised during that meeting, and I agree that we should be looking at determining as a board what the parameters should be for the state bar in this area. And so that needs to be part of the discussion. And it might be helpful to get from other organizations how they define access inclusion and how they define the parameters, just so we could see how other, I don't know if other regulatory agencies in our state do that, but if we can see how others have defined it and limited it accordingly, what would fit with us, if we could see some examples. So that would be helpful as we're having that discussion. I think it's kind of a first step before we really decide what it is we want to do as far as our goals and objectives.
All right, any other general comments from the committee?
Brandon, I have one. So I agree with Joanna that it would be useful to see if any other regulatory agencies have anything along these lines as an example or for some guidance. But at the same time, I don't want the lack of something there to stop us from moving forward with this. The legislature has made clear that these things are now part of our mission statutorily. And so I think we just sort of have to move on it. That's why it's important that we're going to do what we're going to do in January. Just a general thought.
Last year, the programs committee chair and vice chair, I'm not sure who did the appointments, but weren't there 2 board member liaisons appointed, Donna, to work on each of the panels?
Yes, the chair of finance and planning told everyone which panel it is.
Okay, Renee? Okay.
So Todd did that. No, my panel, actually I did. My panel was on morale.
Right. So Todd made those assignments? Okay. So maybe, Jason, you could direct the chair of finance and planning and vice chair to make some assignments. That would be a way to have some continued board involvement in working up the specifics of the panel, which this setting might not be appropriate to get into the nitty-gritty. I think we would need to, I think we could work with the same 2 for the diversity and inclusion panel and the access panel, and then maybe another 2 for the fiscal panel or the, State Bar fiscal position panel that we discussed earlier today. Just an idea about how to continue the dialogue, but maybe not in this setting.
You just voluntold me, right?
Well, it's up to Jason. I just remembered that from last year. I think it was effective and allow us to. Okay.
So are there any questions that the programs committee has for the executive committee of COAF? Just kind of anything that's come to mind during the presentation. I guess really any questions that you might have, being the executive committee of COAF, any questions for the programs committee kind of going forward?
I think the only thing we would say is that we thank the board and the planning committee for their attention to this issue. It's a very, very important issue, as you can tell from, number one, your emphasis on this in your mission statement, and also from the legislature's bill, that we are committed to being the state board's diversity and access think tank, as we have been for many years. And we appreciate your guidance in terms of how it is that we should be proceeding, and we look forward to participating in January's conference.
All right, yes, Debbie.
I guess what I wanted to ask is, when you brought the wind tunneling, I think you brought the woman for the wind tunneling, and so what did you expect for her to do for us? What was your vision on how she would approach what you guys wanted?
I think what we were looking for is we wanted to get a broader view of how members of the State Bar leadership, not on the Board of Trustees level, but leadership among the bar, of how they are considering these issues, and getting ideas from them as to what can work and what can assist us, because we have a limited number of members. We have our experience, and we wanted to see from other people what diversity and inclusion work is out there, or ideas that are out there that could assist us. So that was sort of the idea with that. There really was a substantial amount of participation by members of the bar, and it was very interesting because you do get very different interpretations of things. But we also, as you know more than anybody else here probably, need to keep into consideration the fact that we don't have, nobody has the option in the state bar of saying diversity and inclusion is not important. It's what the legislature has told us we must do. And so therefore we have to work from there and see what we can do to create measurable results and to do everything that we can to guide the state bar and guide the lawyers who are governed by the state bar into increasing diversity in our profession and increasing it on the bench. So, thank you.
Yeah, and I do think that we just wanted to let you know that there is a way to do it. Access and inclusion, diversity and inclusion can be a very sensitive topic. And people, as has been mentioned earlier, are sometimes reluctant to share their real views. So when they can do it, the anonymity helped a lot. But it was educational for us because you have to get buy-in if you want to have any kind of successful projects. So we wanted to see what buy-in we had, and we wanted to be educated so that we could make the best informed decision. And so we sort of offered that as a way to do it. It certainly worked for the 2016 Judicial Summit to get that out.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
All right, so you see on the screen here, COAF planning discussion / evaluation of initiatives. I asked Justin to put this up here. You're going to see more of this fleshed out in handouts leading up to the January meeting. So again, just kind of keep today's discussion in the back of your mind. Leah and the board will work on assigning different trustees to really break out these objectives regarding access and diversity in the profession. So this is going to be an ongoing discussion. We thank you so much to COAF for joining us today, and for the presenters. We really appreciate everything. And unless there's anything else, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. That's good. That was good.
Thanks, Justin. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. No, but I need to sort of make sure they're aware of the ongoing discussion.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's clear.
Yeah, everybody.
And it shows up on the list of what COAF thought were the focus areas. It specifically said judicial diversity. Yeah. So we should
I won't be here long enough.
She's gotta go.
Send out somebody who can.
What time's your flight? Oh, no, I'm staying on. I'm taking a
And
nap off.
definitely figure out next steps for.
So it's in January.
We will take a 5-minute break and then start the RAD meeting.
follow the agenda the way it's written now. Is that the plan? Okay.
Okay, we're going to begin the RAD meeting.
Hey, wait, we have to go into open first. Hang on a second.
A couple of quick things first, Ed. Okay, this is, yes? This is the beginning of the Regulation and Discipline Committee session. This year, Sean Saleg and I are co-chairs, and we welcome you to the new RAD committee, all of you. We are going to take a roll call in open, and then we're going to go immediately into closed. So may we have the roll call, please?
Durant? Here. LeBrun? Here. Lee? Here. Mendoza?
Here.
Bertula? Here. Philippe? Here. Stalling?
Here. Oh, okay. We are now going to go into closed pursuant to Government Code Section 11126, sub C2.
Okay, we are back in open session of the RAD committee. We are going into our open agenda. So the first order of business is: are there any people who would like to make a statement? Yes? No? Okay. This is the call for public comment. Seeing no one rushing to the microphone, we will move on for the chair's report. And as I said earlier, Sean and I are co-chairs, and I think Sean has a report.
I do, and it will be a brief one in recognition of the fact that we're close to being on time, but not quite. So we just thought we would let you know that the State Bar Court has reinitiated bench bar meetings that involve the judges, Respondents Council, and OCTC. They had not been conducted for some time, as I understand it. So we think this is a very positive development. One of the first things on their agenda has been vetting and discussing the proposed changes to the disciplinary standards that we discussed at our last meeting. And another new development is that Alan and I have started participating in at least some of these meetings, which we think is a good tradition for RAD leadership to begin to adopt, because it will allow more vision into the day-to-day issues that come up in the discipline system and allow the board to be a little more connected to day-to-day operations. And really, if any member of RAD or the board were interested in attending, I'm sure that could be arranged. And we may also consider circulating the agendas to the whole board. So we get the agendas in advance, and that way we may not necessarily attend the entire meeting because time is not unlimited, but there's certain issues of policy that might be of interest to us, and then that will also allow us to share any developments that we think are relevant with RAD.
All right, thank you. Small glitch. I should have called for the roll call before we started this open session, but someone was talking into my ear about procedures for holding a meeting like this, and so I completely got off track. So, Dag, would you please call the roll, or Adam?
Ron?
Here.
Dylan?
Here.
Ron?
Here.
LeBron?
Here.
Lee? Here. Mendoza?
Here.
Petula? Stella?
Yes, here.
Sully? Here. Steinberg?
Here. Okay. Thank you. All right. We have a number of items on the consent agenda. Is there anyone who wants to discuss any of them? If not, I will entertain a motion to adopt all of the consent items.
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Those are adopted. All right. The first order of business, Mr. Saleh.
Thank you. So I have the bittersweet task of giving some thanks to Ed McIntyre for his service to the State Bar. So Ed, if you'll come back up so we can embarrass you, I would be grateful. You come up. Why don't you come up here? So, Ed, on behalf of RAD and the entire board, we want to express the State Bar's appreciation to you for your service since August 2016 as the first Special Deputy Trial Counsel Administrator, a term that just flows off the tongue. Yeah. In this role, Ed has overseen Rule 2201 disciplinary complaints that require the recusal of the Chief Trial Counsel's office because the cases involve individuals with close ties to the State Bar. As administrator, Ed has taken a careful and systematic approach to managing these cases. He has carried out all of the many functions that OCTC would otherwise handle, not only capably, but with great integrity. This means that Ed has assessed complaints assigned to him, investigated them himself as he thinks necessary, or refers them to another special deputy trial counsel for investigation and or state bar court proceedings. Ed has also recruited about 20 special deputy trial counsel at this point, and he provides guidance to them, mentoring, support, and so on. So this has been a very significant task and one that's very important to the state bar and to public protection. Now, amazingly, Ed has not only acted as administrator, but he has handled some cases himself. And not just for investigations, but through full litigation through the hearing department, the review department, and the Supreme Court. We are very grateful for Ed's knowledge of ethics and trial strategy, not to mention appellate acumen, and for all of his time and effort. We would be delighted to have Ed continue on as administrator, but Ed is ready for some R&R and travel. He has certainly earned it, and we hope that he will take with him on his journeys our gratitude for his public service. And we have a token of our appreciation, which is a certificate of thanks from the co-chairs of RAD.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well,
Thanks,
that's a terrific job.
Thank you very much.
Thanks
All over.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Let me get a picture of you guys on either side of me. Okay.
Very good.
Yeah, thanks, Lily.
See ya.
Okay, item 3B, the Client Security Fund update. Do we have a presenter?
I need to call.
Oh, okay. Then let's go on to 3C.
All right.
The Office of Chief Trial Counsel State Bar Rule Change, return from public comment and request for approval concerning consumer notices and alerts. Melanie Lawrence and Steve Maud from the Chief Trial Counsel. And let me just make a brief opening remark. I was, when this came up last time, at the last meeting, when we decided to defer it, I was a little bit unclear as to a couple of the elements of this. And since then, Sean and I have learned more from Steve and Melanie. My takeaways are that several of the new consumer alerts that are being proposed appear to be either required by or certainly implicitly required by statutes that we should be informing the public, and at the very least, it certainly looks as though, to me, these are public protection issues, and I think we should consider them very seriously. The couple of other items that we're going to be discussing in the notices are items that are already on the website, but we're just drawing additional attention to them. So I think some, at least from my perspective, some of my initial concerns that we discussed at the last meeting have been allayed. But I want Melanie and Steve to give you the full brief and discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your willingness to hear this one more time. And I also appreciate the engagement and participation of the co-chairs of RAD in this agenda item since the last meeting. We've had several meetings to discuss it, and I very much appreciated their input. So there are 6 proposals. They are the same, in essence, proposals subject matter wise as we dealt with last time, although they were in 5. 2 of them were joined together, and that was the NDC and the substantial threat of harm. And so what we've done is broken them out separately so we could address them separately, because they are, although related, somewhat separate topics. I would point out that the ones that are essentially new information that we would be posting for the first time is information regarding pending felony charges, which, as the discussion in the item details, we believe is that the State Bar has a requirement to provide that upon inquiry by the public, and the argument goes that that information is, by having the website set up, people are going to the website to check on that information and may be dissuaded from calling the state bar to seek that information, and we would be obligated at that point to provide it to them. And so the consumer protection attorney in me feels that the best practice is to provide that information on the website so that that consumers are not dissuaded from calling the state bar in order to get that information. I would point out that the statute that requires us to provide that information essentially predates the internet, or at least the common internet of recent years. I would also point out that the medical board is required to post on their internet website when somebody has been convicted of a felony. Their statute requiring that specific posting on the website was passed in 2015. So it's a much more recent statutory requirement. Now, I would also say that while the medical board requires posting upon conviction as opposed to upon charging, our reporting requirement, according to statute, is different for whatever reason. And I certainly understand, as I said in the agenda item, there may be valid concerns. There are valid concerns about posting that information or even conveying that information to the public before there's a determination of guilt. I readily accept that. However, I don't think that changes the statutory language that says that our obligation begins at charging as opposed to some other time. And until that statutory language is changed, I think that's where we are. The next piece of it that is not currently on the website is Superior Court assumptions of jurisdiction of a law practice. And that information is not currently available on our website. However, with that assumption of jurisdiction, that lawyer is essentially not entitled to practice law. And it does seem appropriate at that point to have a notation that that attorney is not entitled to practice law. The other areas are somewhat different in that we currently state the license status, although there is nothing different about it. When we talk about involuntary inactive enrollments, suspensions, disbarments, things like that, there is a license status. It is currently the same color as the active status. There's nothing that draws the consumer's attention to that item, and they really have to go down below to the court actions in order to determine if there's anything there, and then click into it to determine what the situation is that led to that status change. So this would put on the consumer alert saying, hey, look, this attorney is not entitled to practice law because of the involuntary inactive enrollment, suspension, disbarment, etc. The next piece is also currently in a limited sense on the website in that we currently have a consumer alert for two very narrow categories of substantial threat of harm. Those are where the misappropriation is $25,000 or more of client funds. So it's not even $25,000 that an attorney could misappropriate, or in normal parlance embezzle or steal $25,000 of money, of funds. But as long as it's not client funds, that doesn't constitute a consumer alert currently. And the other situation is 15 or more cases of loan modification. And so it seems appropriate that if the attorney constitutes what OCTC considers to be a substantial threat of harm, that we should be conveying that information to the public in all those situations rather than just those two narrow categories. The next category is the notice of disciplinary charges, and this was something that was also somewhat controversial, and again, I understand why, and I don't discount why it was potentially controversial. And so what we have done is we have, in consideration of the public comment and in consideration of the feedback from the co-chairs, we have altered the proposal so that it doesn't have the consumer alert box with the scary red and so on and so forth, consumer alert notice. Instead, it simply appends to a notation to the license status of the licensee saying that disciplinary proceedings are pending, and for somebody to click down below, to be sure to go down to the bottom of the web page where the NDC, the charging document, is posted and the response by the attorney is also posted. That would allow, in our view, the consumer to make that decision on their own, whether that's something that's relevant to their determination as to whether to hire or continue to retain that attorney. And finally, the issue of pending probation and unsatisfied conditions of public approval. This actually didn't receive much public comment, but in light of the sort of sliding scale of the nature of the consumer alert versus the notation, we decided to alter the proposal slightly to make this also a notation instead of sort of the consumer alert. And this would end at the end of probation or at the end when the conditions of the approval are satisfied. And the theory behind that is that we wanted people to be able to not be marked by a scarlet letter for the rest of their lives, while we felt it was appropriate for the public to know in these circumstances that certain things were pending or going on. People should have a right to earn their way off, etc. And so that notation would drop. A reproval is a lesser form of discipline, if you will. It technically is discipline, right?
It is discipline.
Yeah.
It's basically a period of probation, although it's not called probation, it's called a reproval, and it generally lasts for a year. And the respondent attorney has to comply with certain conditions during that year. But it's one of the lesser forms of discipline.
We have a dividing line where some things are considered discipline and some things are not. So that was my confusion. But sometimes there will be conditions like go to ethics school or go do some other things. And so go to client trust accounting school, something along those lines. So once those conditions have been fulfilled, then that notation would come off of the website.
Okay. Are there any questions for Steve or Melanie? Yes, Jason.
On category 5 and what seems to be a de-escalation of the red banner warning, and I think I caught Steve, your comment about it allows the consumer to make a decision whether they want to click through to the charging document and make an independent assessment of whether that matters to them. And is that the analysis?
So currently, it's interesting because the public comment to the original proposal was fell into a number of different categories, several of which were it's unfair because they haven't been convicted of anything and all of those things, and I understand that and appreciate that. At the same time, there were two other types of comments. One is it is highly prejudicial for the very reasons that I just mentioned, and the other is it's unnecessary and duplicative because the information's already on the website. So, because it is already on the website in the sense of the NDCs and the responses to the NDC, the Notice of Disciplinary Charges, are already on the website. It's just that they're at the bottom of the website under State Bar Court actions or cases or something along those lines. So the hope is that the notation would then be up at the top by the license status, and it would have the notation that they can read the charging document and the response, if any, by clicking here, which would take them down to the bottom, and yes, then they can click through to read the individual charging document. They may decide that it's something de minimis and has no bearing on their issue, and that they're perfectly willing to go through and hire that attorney or continue to retain that attorney. And we would no longer have the red box with the consumer alert language on it as the de-escalation, as you put it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it sounds like a solid compromise to address the potential prejudicial effect of not as of yet proven charges. It's a nice result.
Other questions or discussion? We've broken down the resolution into 6 parts, one for each suggested change. However, if everyone is comfortable with just adopting all 6, I'll entertain a motion to move to,
I'll make that motion.
Pardon?
I'll make the motion for
There
all
you go.
6.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Is there any objection to substituting the roll call?
Yes, I'm not in favor of number 1.
Okay. All right, Haddon, please call the roll.
Are we tough speaking now only on number 1, the motion that was made to adopt them all?
The motion has
Right, okay, so we'll break out. Now let's do number 1 then first. Just number 1?
Well,
But that motion hasn't been made.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think you could take the vote on the current motion. If, Mark, you have an objection to 1.
Yes, I do. So
Do you want
the motion
further-
now is whether to
Adopt them all.
So my vote on that motion would be no.
Well, are you concerned about the appearance the rest of the proposals are not accepted by you? Do you want?
No, I don't have a problem with the other ones, 2 through.
I understand, but for the record, showing that you voted no to the motion in its entirety, is that okay with you? Or do you want to have us break it down so you can only vote no on 1?
I don't. I want to vote no on 1.
Yeah, let's
just break it down as Renee.
Let's break it out. I'll entertain, would you, a friendly amendment?
And I'll accept that.
Friendly amendment is to vote on 2 through 6.
And
Yes.
1 separate.
Separately, 1 separately and then 2 through 6.
So the motion is still with Jason and the second is still with Joanna.
Yes.
Now we are voting on the motion to adopt number 1.
If I'm,
No. 2 through 6.
Oh,
Is the motion.
is it 2 through 6? Okay.
Then we'll deal with 1.
All right. 2 through 6.
And on that, I wouldn't have an objection to a roll call vote.
Okay. Is there any other objection to substituting the roll call? No? On 2 through 6. Okay. Number 1.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Just a point of clarification. So we're voting on 1 now?
Yes.
Mark didn't have any discussion you want to offer?
I do not agree with council's interpretation of that statute. The only authority to support it is a belief. I think which is not authority at all. As I read the statute, it does not require the bar to notify prospective consumers. I'm very concerned about the due process issues for the person himself, which, we'll discuss that. I don't think that's a surprising issue. I think the harm to the attorney, should it turn out that is ultimately found not guilty, is substantial in comparison to the notice to the consumer. I think if you want it to be the way that you're interpreting it, needs to be a statutory change. So I don't agree with the interpretation of the statute. I am concerned about the effect on the attorney, even though it may have some potential to protect the public. So on balance, for me, it's a due process issue, and I would go on.
Does anybody want a recount of or change their vote? Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. Okay, so I vote yes.
I don't think we vote as co-chairs, do we?
Oh, we don't? Oh, sorry.
If,
He called my name, sorry.
Yeah, I know.
We're feeling our way.
Suggest we let council answer Mark's
Sure.
take on the statute.
Do you want,
Maybe we should.
Steve, do you want to respond to Mark's?
I'm happy
comments?
to, although I think that I've made my position clear. I think that maybe it would be beneficial to hear from somebody other than me as to their interpretation of the statute.
I think it's
I don't-
OGC.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Grant. I work in the Office of General Counsel, and I had looked at this. Oh, I'm sorry.
There you go. Hard press there.
Sorry about that. My name is Suzanne Grant. I work in the Office of General Counsel. And at Steve's request, I had looked at the statute, and the statute states that the State Bar shall disclose to any member of the public so inquiring any information reasonably available to it. So yes, it says that the person has to inquire, that we have to provide it upon request. So clearly there's no affirmative obligation to provide that information. However, that said, the legislative history of it does discuss that they want to encourage putting this information out. And while there's no legal requirement in the statute to post it on the website, it's within the spirit of the statute in order to promote transparency to provide that information. So when looking at the fact the legislature was particularly concerned with making sure this information was made available to the public, it looks to be, for policy reasons, it's consistent with the statute and the way it was written to provide this information on the website. Although, and no, I'm not gonna say else. So do you have any questions or?
I'm looking at 6601A and B, which is what you're talking about. 1A talks about conviction of a felony or misdemeanor involving moral turpitude constitutes a cause for disbarment or suspension. The B section, which is what you're talking about, which says that the district attorney, city attorney, or the prosecuting agency shall notify the office of the state bar of the pendency of the action against the attorney charging a felony or misdemeanor immediately upon obtaining the information of the attorney. It does not require you, under this statute, which I think is what your belief is, that you notify the public. It's only notifying you that this is pending.
Correct.
The next section says that the clerk of the court in which the attorney is convicted of a crime shall within 48 hours after conviction transmit a certified copy. So the whole section talks about conviction. It's only to notify the state bar that this is pending so that when a conviction takes place, then the state bar can take action. That's my problem with your interpretation of this, and particularly since, I'll just tell you, I just finished a trial. The guy was charged with felonies. It was 4 years ago, and he was acquitted of all charges. Now, had he been an attorney, it would have wiped him out, and the public would not have been harmed at all by this person's conduct. So that's my problem with the interpretation of the statute. Why I think you need a statutory change in order for it to apply the way that you think it should apply.
So let me just clarify a couple of points. First of all, when Suzanne said that I asked her for this opinion, I did in fact ask her for the opinion, but I promise I wasn't lying in wait for some sort of discussion along these lines. We had this discussion with the co-chairs. That was part of their input on this item, and so that was the purpose of the opinion. I agree with you that the statutes that you cited are not do not impose a duty on the state bar to provide that information to the public. They impose a duty on the courts or the prosecuting attorneys, city attorneys, district attorneys, to provide information to the state bar. However, it is Business and Professions Code 6086.1 paren C, which says that the state bar shall provide to the public upon inquiry any information learned pursuant to those sections. So it is the information provided under 6101B in particular, the district attorney portion where they are obligated to report to the state bar upon charging that 60, I'm a bit dyslexic, so I'm going to read it, 6086.1 paren C thereafter requires us to provide to the public.
And that, that statute was passed in 1992 with the idea that it would be the state bar making available to the public for transparency purposes this information that it was going to be getting pursuant to the reporting requirements of 6101 and the other statutes cited in 6086.1C.
And so this statute was adopted in 1992. The medical board's companion statute, which does require posting on their internet site, again, of felony convictions, however, but does require posting on their internet site, was passed in 2015.
Is there any further discussion? All right.
Maybe.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, well, I thought we did. Is Lori here? Lori isn't here yet? All right, while we're...
No, let's just, it's just gonna take 1 second.
Huh?
We're calling her.
Okay.
It'll just take 1 second.
Okay.
Maybe not. I was optimistic.
Start show rise. But if we don't start
Good afternoon. This is Lori.
There we go.
All right. So
Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you. We're now going to take item 3B, the Client Security Fund update. And we have Lori Malik on the phone, as I understand. Yes?
Hello.
Hello. Okay.
Good afternoon. This is Lori Mellock. I'm the manager of the Client Security Fund. Are you hearing me?
Yes. 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 We hear you fine.
Hello?
Look, Lori, do you hear us?
Hi, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, great. We have just a brief PowerPoint presentation we wanted to give for you. I don't know if you heard me at the beginning. I'm Lori Mellock, the manager of the Client Security Fund, and as you're all aware, there's been a focus on the Client Security Fund this year. The board and the bar have been working to maximize the amount available for reimbursement in 2018. And so we wanted to update you on where we are with paying out all the money. Is somebody have the PowerPoint ready to go?
Yes. We have it, yes.
Great. We had originally $6.6 million allocated for reimbursements. If you can go to the first slide, the next slide there. In 2018, we originally had $6.6 million allocated for reimbursements. That's the blue there. And then in March, the board approved an initial decrease in the reserve amount for the Client Security Fund so that we could allocate an additional $800,000 for reimbursements. And then in May, the board approved and amended the reserve policy so that we could allocate an additional $1.5 million for reimbursements this year. Also in May, the board transferred $250,000 from the LAP reserves to CSF. So that gives CSF a total of $9.15 million to put towards reimbursements this year. And if you go to the next slide, you can see that already in 2018, we've reimbursed 7.4 million. If you want to switch to the next one, if somebody could.
Okay.
Thank you. And we have in progress over $2 million already, so that we'll be able to reimburse the full $9.15 million by the end of the year. We've already reimbursed 7.4 on 750 applications this year. We've resolved a total of 1,300 applications this year, and the dollar amount of those applications is up this year. The average dollar amount this year is up from $7,000 in 2017 to $9,944 so far in 2018. So they seem to be bigger losses that we're paying this year on the number of cases that we're paying. But as I said, we will be reimbursing the full amount that was allocated in 2018 on as many cases as we can. And then if you want to go over to the last slide, we just wanted to give you an idea of how the progress we've been making in general on the CSF case inventory. If you look at going back to 2008 and up to the height of when we had the loan modification cases coming in, we had the highest inventory in 2012. That's on the last slide there. We've really been eating away into the inventory, and now we're down to just a little bit below 3,000 applications. During this time from 2008 to 2018, we resolved over 19,600 CSF applications that have come in and have been resolved during that time. Currently, we have, like I said, just under 3,000 open CSF applications. Of that amount, we will continue to be working. We'll resolve some more of those by the end of the year. Depending, of course, on how many new files come in, we'll see what we end up with at the end. And I just wanted to point out that we had a couple of new positions this year with the Client Security Fund, an investigator and an attorney, and that's really helped us to resolve our applications more efficiently. Especially our new attorney position has been able to look at the new applications when they come in, and we're really working to inform people right away if their matter does not qualify and looks like it falls outside the rules. Then he's staying current on those and keeping up on closing those if it's the appropriate thing to do, so that they're not staying in the inventory when it doesn't look like we'll be able to reimburse those people. So we're working as much as we can to be as efficient as possible in handling all these matters. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Sorry. I guess not. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you very much. Oh, yes.
I just want to make a comment that this really does represent a tremendous amount of progress, given that we have not had an actual fee increase, what we've been able to do. And I think it reflects the results of intentionality on the part of the board and staff. So I applaud you, Lori, and the board, all the work that we've collectively done to see that trend line going down, and at the slope that it's going down, again, absent a fee increase, is really impressive. That's it.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Yes, very good. Okay. We're going to go ahead and do item 3D, and then we're going to have one other small matter to attend to. So, Melanie Lawrence, Interim Chief Trial Counsel.
Hi, good afternoon. So I had two things that I wanted to talk with you about, to give you an update on where we are in our office. The first being our case prioritization that you've been hearing about since, I think, the early winter. So you are receiving, I think, a chart that I'll go through with you in a few moments to illustrate sort of where we are with OCTC's inventory. So I just want to remind you that the new prioritization system is something that we implemented in late spring of this year. So we're 6 to 7 months into it. And it's a work in progress. When we originally conceived of it, our hope and expectation was that in the P1 category, which are the cases which we think pose the most significant public protection risk, that we would only see 5 to 10% of our inventory in that category. Because what we want staff to do in particular is to focus resources on those cases in particular, and not simply be working the oldest of the cases in the inventory first, because it may very well be that those are not the cases that pose the most significant public protection risk. What we found thus far is that about 21% of the cases are in that P1 inventory, and we're assessing why that is. Part of the challenge in doing that is our AS400 system that we use does not allow us to dig down into why particular cases are prioritized in the P1 category. There are a number of reasons why a case could be in the P1 inventory. And because our system doesn't allow us to look at each subset, we're not able to tell why particular cases are in the inventory. We have worked with HATEM in building Odyssey so that it will allow us to hold that information so that we can actually look at the full inventory and see what cases are making up that inventory. So I'm hopeful that when we're up and running in that in February, that it'll give us more information. The other thing that we've done, because we wanted to see if perhaps it was human error, if we had staff who were erroneously prioritizing cases. So what we did is we had someone come in October and audit a selection of cases that would, he audited 200 cases to give us a good sample size. And what he found was an error rate of about 14%. Now, taking a step back from that for a moment, his further comments were that there were certainly some cases that he considered, for example, P1 cases, that were, really dependent on a person's discretion and judgment, that really, depending on the person, it could go either way. So what we did is we had a staff member then actually go through the number of cases that he identified as errors. And I will tell you that for the most part, the errors that were found were not that they were P1 cases that should be something else. They were, in fact, cases that were something else that should be P1 cases. So that really doesn't help us in the overall picture. So what we did was we had a staff person go through those cases. And in doing so, she identified about 11 of the total cases that were actual errors. So really, it was a very small percentage. And so what that told us is that the number of cases that are in the P1 inventory are likely not as large as it is because of human error. It could be that we simply have that many cases that pose significant public protection risk. And once we're able to drill down a bit into that category in particular, what we'll need to look at is if we don't have more resources, then we're going to have to prioritize the harm. That's essentially what we're going to have to do. But we're not there yet. The other thing that I wanted to highlight for you is in terms of the P1 inventory in particular, and the inventory overall. I mean, we are coming up on December. This quarter is our busiest time of year because we are driven, as you know, by December 31st and what our numbers are on December 31st. And even though we are doing it differently now, the fact is that the ADR is going to report, that number at the end of the year. And so we're all very mindful of it. But so looking at the handout that you have, and these are numbers as of October 31st, so they would be somewhat different at this point, but at least as of October 31st, what you see, and I'm looking at the middle chart on the left-hand side, it's the blue bar graphs. This is our total active inventory by priority code, that there were 612 P1 cases in that inventory. Now, talk a little bit about what we mean by active inventory, and I think this is important to understand, is that we also have an inventory of cases that are suspended, that are being held for particular reasons. And that inventory constitutes a large number of P1 cases. So, for example, if you look down at the right-hand graph, there are some orange boxes and some green boxes. And looking at the P1 inventory, you see a total of 671. And if you look down, there's a chart, you see 270 active P1 cases. So that's really what we're talking about in terms of, as of October 31st, what our backlog P1 cases were. And those are the cases that we've been trying to focus on. But the total you'll see in the P1 inventory is 671, and that's because the category includes those suspended cases. Now, what those suspended cases are in the green boxes are cases that fall into a variety of different categories. One category is cases in which we have a disbarment recommendation from either the hearing department or the review department, but it has not yet been effectuated by the Supreme Court. And that process takes some time because of the respondent's appeal rights, for example, and then the process that the Supreme Court takes to actually issue a disbarment order. So frankly, the process can take many, many months. And because of that, because we know that we have a disbarment order coming, in many of these instances, we have multiple cases against the same attorney. You see it often in the loan mod cases, and it's timely talking about the CSF program because we have a couple of, we call them repeater respondents, who are in that held inventory because we're getting disbarment in the filed matters, but we've had multiple, sometimes hundreds of complaints against this particular respondent. We're not going to expend the resources to prosecute. I mean, it's silly because the best we can do is disbar the person. We're already doing that. But we can't actually close out those cases. They sit there until we get the final disbarment order. And in many instances, those are P1 cases. Also, what we see is cases where we have criminal conviction matters that are pending against respondents. So, it takes time for those proceedings to conclude. And frankly, it can take years at times because the court has to wait for finality for those convictions, and so you have to exhaust the appeal rights. And so while that's going on, and we know that those convictions are ultimately going to result in summary disbarment of the respondent, again, we have cases in our inventory. They could be related to that criminal conviction case. They could be wholly separate from that criminal conviction case. But it doesn't make any sense to prosecute those cases since we know we're getting disbarment, but still they're held there. There are other cases where we have already filed disciplinary charges against the person and we anticipate that we're getting disbarment. So again, the other cases that we have, we're holding there in the inventory. So a large percentage of the cases that are in the suspended inventory, that are in the P1 inventory, are cases where we're ultimately going to get disbarment. There are a few other instances in which we put cases in the suspended inventory. For example, if there's civil litigation going on that's going to substantially impact the outcome of our case, or if respondents have been enrolled inactive because, for example, they have mental health issues, and we think that we're likely to see them return to active status at some point, and we have disciplinary cases against them, we keep them in that inventory. But I think it's important to understand the distinction because those are cases over which we have no control. We're not going to expend resources, and still you're going to see them counting in our overall backlog number, and you're going to see that they're P1 cases. So even though we are focusing on those cases and we want to steadily decrease those number of P1 cases in backlog, there's always going to be that inventory out there. Okay, So, our goal in the prioritization process was, in fact, to make sure that we are keeping the P1 cases out of backlog to the extent possible. And what I mean by that is that there are only certain things that are within our control. There are a number of things that are not within our control. For example, if we're trying to get documents from a bank, from immigration, we're months trying to get documents from immigration. So these things are not within our control, and the reality is we may not be able to move those cases. Now, we talked about that there still are 270 cases that are in the P1 inventory that as of October 31st, that were in backlog. And, even though we are focusing on those cases, the reality is at the end of this year, there's still going to be cases in backlog. And even cases that potentially were within our control because this is a new system that we are working. And it required moving a lot of cases around, and it required thinking about things in a different way. And really, that is a process that we need time to fully realize. And the other reality is that we only have so many people to do the work, and the volume of the work, whether you're talking about P1 or P3 or what have you, is such that we don't have enough people to do all of the work. Something that I want to highlight for you also is that, in October, we started receiving complaints online. And what we've seen is a huge uptick in October in the number of cases, the number of complaints that we've received. So in October of this year, by the end of October of this year, we received 450 more complaints in October 2018 than we did in October 2017. Now, what you hope for is that if we're getting complaints online, that you will see a corresponding drop in the number of cases that come in through the mail. We haven't seen that yet. Now, it could be that it's just going to take some time. It could be that this is our new normal. And if it's our new normal, that's going to be a challenge.
Sorry, and any color on what those are? Like, are people just putting, like, maybe it wasn't worth the effort to write on a piece of paper, but if I can do it online, so they're putting in smaller complaints?
I really don't know. I mean, I don't think that anything stands out about them that's any different. I mean, the reality is when you go on the website, you have options. The first option is online complaint, and in this day and age, that's how people, do it.
Right, but then you would expect to see that.
You would expect to see it, but it's possible, since it started October 15th, that one, I can't imagine that the 450 some additional cases are solely due to the online complaints since we started mid-October. So there could be some other factor going on that we don't know about. But I would imagine that certainly over the next couple of months, if it really is the online complaints that's causing it, that you would see a corresponding drop, but my fingers are crossed when it comes to that. So the other thing is that our P2 cases, so these are our expediter cases that you have heard about. These are our cases that we identify as being cases that we should be able to do a bit of work on, and then we can resolve them. It could result in a filing more often. It results in closure or low-level non-discipline resolution. So what we are seeing with those is that on the teams that have expediting attorneys and investigators, the overall caseload of those teams has decreased. That's what we want to see. They're taking those cases. Their teammates can work on the other priority cases. The challenge is that we're not yet fully staffed with expediters. We don't have all of the resources that we need. So right now in Los Angeles, we have 2 teams that have an expediting attorney and investigator. We were able to add a second expediting investigator to one of those teams, which really seems to be a good complement, 1 attorney, 2 investigators. And we have 1 team in San Francisco that's doing the expediting. So it is working. I mean, we can see that the cases compared to the rest of the inventory are moving faster, and that's what we want to see. we're not going to fully realize the benefit until we actually have all the people in place. So overall, I guess what I wanted to convey to you, two things in particular, is that we think that it is working, that we're doing our work in a more meaningful way. But it's going to take time to get there. And, in terms of where we are at the end of the year, we're still going to be challenged with the numbers. I'm hoping that at least the numbers in the P1 inventory are not terrible. I will tell you that one thing that we have done was we went back and had all of the cases that were in backlog on December 31st of 2017 prioritized so that we can look back and compare the P1 cases in particular, how many we had in that inventory as of December 31st, 2017, and how many we have December 31st, 2018. I'm hopeful that that will demonstrate some progress. So with that, if you have any questions.
I was wondering how the fingerprinting is impacting your workload at this point, if you have any idea.
So it isn't significantly impacting our work yet. We haven't yet seen the results of that fingerprinting. That's a process that we're working on with ORIA to actually transfer that information to us. I imagine that it will have an impact. What that is, I don't know. I will tell you that it won't impact backlog numbers in that those are C cases, and they don't count in our backlog inventory because they originate in state bar court. But necessarily, if we're working on those cases, we're not working on other cases.
When do you anticipate that's going to start?
I would imagine that it will start soon after the first of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Jason? A couple things. I think when we theorized and put into practice the case prioritization system, I remember Steve indicating that there could be an increase in our backlog. That seems to be occurring, but that's balanced by what I'm hearing as very positive impacts of the actual system working. So that's good news to me. Is there a projection of when you think you can fill the expediter roles for the rest of the organization?
Well, I think it's going to depend on where we are in terms of the budget in 2019.
So there is no slots then for expediters, so we have to ask for the additional.
Right.
Okay.
Currently, we're using the fingerprinting, the extra people that we got for fingerprinting, understanding that we weren't going to use the fingerprinting immediately back in May, and we moved those over to perform expediting in order to get that up and running. But those positions weren't fully staffed until May, June, and I think August, frankly, in San Francisco. And so it takes time for those to sort of suck.
Wow. Are there any other questions on the case prioritization? Yeah. They get a mix of priority. For those teams that have the expediting team, they get assigned those cases. And what we've done also is then look to the other teams that don't have expediters and transferred some of those cases to the expediting teams on other teams because they can handle more, but they can only handle so much. Yeah. Right, so the teams that are expediting only get the P2 cases. And the rest of the team gets the remainder of the cases, because the reality is when you split things like that, inevitably something's going to fall to the bottom. Any other questions on case prioritization? Okay, I did want to talk with you a little bit, and it'll be much more brief, about our non-attorney unauthorized practice of law. It's something that we haven't talked about in a number of months, and it's something that certainly was of particular interest, at least last year and the year before. And so I wanted to sort of bring you up to speed on that. For those of you who may not know, we do have some limited jurisdiction over people who are not attorneys who engaged in the practice of law. Essentially, what our jurisdiction is that we can go into Superior Court and ask the court to assume jurisdiction over that kind of practice and appoint the state bar to actually then go in and seize client files, freeze bank accounts, reroute mail, phone calls, etc. With the goal really that we can get those files back to clients, and we alert them that the person that they hired is not an attorney. Hopefully get their money to them if we can do that. It's not for us to represent them. We don't step in to actually represent them. We can also seek injunctions against those unauthorized practices. But for the most part, those are our big ticket items that we can do. And of course, criminal prosecutors have prosecution authority over actually bringing criminal charges against people. So because this was a particular concern and interest to the board and to other stakeholders, we did put a team in place to address these kinds of cases. We have 3 permanent attorneys and a supervisor, as well as 8 other staff compiled of investigators, paralegals, and support staff. Our inventory at any given time is approximately 300 cases that team is dealing with. Those cases, because they're not disciplinary matters, they do not count in our statutory backlog. But nonetheless, we have dedicated resources to these cases. We have directed the team to use the same case prioritization system as we are using with the disciplinary matters, so they are doing that. They also track whether the cases are related to the practice of immigration law. So essentially, if they are someone who hired the non-attorney to represent them to, for example, adjust their status or something like that, we track those. The majority of our complaints that we get come from Southern California, although we do get them at times in Northern California, and our Southern California team handles those that are in Northern California as well. In addition to taking over practices, we also issue cease and desist letters. Since January, we've issued 114 of those. Actually going in and assuming a practice is very resource intensive because oftentimes these people have significant unlawful practices. So to give you an example, since June, we've actually assumed 3 practices of unauthorized people. And one was an immigration practice where we seized 151 files. We had a criminal matter where we seized 239 files. Recently, we had a matter where there were no files, but the non-attorney was actually impersonating 3 actual licensed attorneys, and we obtained an injunction against that person. And we have another one upcoming related to an immigration practice as well. In the non-attorney UPL cases, we also began accepting online complaints on October 15th, and we are in fact receiving them in that fashion. We make a number of referrals to law enforcement to hopefully inspire them to take some action against these people, because we are limited in what we can do, and we send hundreds of them a year, and we have found that they're not always well received. So one of the things that we have done is our team has gone out to personally meet with the DA's offices in Los Angeles, in San Diego, in San Bernardino, and in Riverside. And what we found in doing that is that really people didn't know what it was that we did, or frankly, what they could do. And so it was really a good opportunity to do some education, and to forge some personal relationships to collaborate more in the future. And in keeping with that, last week I sent out to all of the district attorneys in California a letter which also outlined what we can do, what our office can do as far as non-attorneys, and ways that we would like to collaborate, and we will in particular follow up if we don't hear from them with some of those places where we get the most complaints from, so that we can see if we can better collaborate with them. We've also done significant outreach, including with our communications. We have sent out posters and flyers which basically inform people about the unauthorized practice of law, what it looks like, some warning signs, what they can do if they feel like they've been victimized. And we have actually distributed now 15,000 of those to consulates, to legal aid grantees, to the ACLU and the UFW. So we are, I imagine that with more outreach and as people see these posters, we will see even more complaints. I think that's probably going to be our reality. And we've also been participating with the Los Angeles County of Immigrant Affairs, which is a place that provides assistance to the immigrant community in various ways, including related to adjusting their status. So we actually went last month to a meeting that they had. We sent a number of our staff, introduced ourselves, told them that what we do, and we are going to their next event in a couple of weeks, where we're going to actually have a table available for people and information. So those are some of the things that we've been doing. I think the team, like I said, it's been in place for probably 2 years now, but I would say it's only been in the last year or so that I think that we've finally gotten our footing, and where we've intentionally targeted some areas where we can collaborate and educate people about what we can do and how we can help them in their efforts as well. So any questions on that topic?
Yes.
Become aware of the non-attorneys, and is this just a result of complaints, or are we proactively finding them? Also, I believe with immigration, the immigration consultants are also allowed to represent the immigrants. Are those also part of this non-lawyer, or they are authorized immigration consultants?
So, so as to your first question, they oftentimes come in the form of a complaint. Yes. Now, we are doing outreach to the communities, though. So, for example, when I talked about the posters and even some of these events, these are places, and we're strategically putting them in places where we know that people who are often victimized by non-attorneys congregate. That's why, in particular, we sent them out to consulates. With regard to immigration consultants, and there are other areas where people are allowed to do a limited scope of work. It's when people go outside of that scope that, yes, then we are looking at them as well.
Thank you, Melanie. I jotted down some questions, and you sort of answered the first one with respect to there are DAs in some counties who are responding to the work that you're doing. Do we have any data on how many charges have been filed, how many cases have been prosecuted, the success thereof, anything like that?
We don't have data. I mean, it's really anecdotal. I mean, in terms of the team being aware of cases where they actually took a case and prosecuted. So, for example, the assumption that I talked about, where it was a criminal practice, we have been informed by the district attorney's office they are filing charges against that person.
Do you have any sense of whether our staff will be called as witnesses in those cases?
It's possible that they could, but our assumption proceedings largely are based on declarations from these clients. So I would imagine that those people might be called, which presents its own challenges. I can imagine that our staff could be called in that, for example, some of the things that they do, certainly when they do the assumptions, is we go in, we take pictures, we're looking at what the advertising is, we're looking at business cards, that kind of thing. So I imagine that they could be called for those purposes.
And if I could, just one more question. Do we have any formal or definite plans to follow up on any of this stuff? Do we have any proactive steps that we're taking to see what's being done on whether the DAs and the counties are responding?
Right. So we are making plans to have someone in particular do follow-up in terms of each of the law enforcement referrals that we do. Like I said, there are hundreds that we do. And I'm hopeful that in making the personal connections that we are making, that we'll naturally have a more open communication with folks, and people will be more responsive. That's been one of the challenges, frankly.
It's important to be clear that it would be an entirely manual process, and one that's really dependent on the DA's offices giving us the information. So we have certainly been talking about it, but it has been a resource issue.
Anything else? Okay.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much, Melanie and Steve. We have one other item to go back to. On item 3C, the notifications and consumer alerts, I said when I called for a motion that there were 6 items that we wanted to address. Those were the 6 proposals, and that was true. However, I overlooked the fact that there were 2 additional resolutions that were part of the package. Both of them, I would say, are implementation resolutions. And the first is, now they're up on the board, the first one deals with giving staff the flexibility of modifying the boxes a little bit, depending on, as I understand it, primarily web requirements and so forth. The second is that the above amendments are effective immediately. Is there any discussion on either one of those resolutions? Sean?
Yes, so, thanks, Alan. So we, just as we at the meeting today focused on the substantive issues, which were 1 through 6, I did the same when I reviewed this. So I have asked Hatem to type in the proposed changes that are in blue. And the first change is because the board has for many years asserted authority over the manner in which information about discipline and criminal charges and so on are reflected on the webpage for individual attorneys, as the discussion we just had represented. So the staff quite rightly wants to clarify that with other minutiae about how the website is organized and so on, that the board is not asserting authority over that on a daily basis. So I just added the qualification that the changes, unless they're approved by the board, need to be not material to the manner in which disciplinary and criminal information is presented. There actually is a due process issue here because statements by a government entity about an attorney can be considered discipline, and there are federal cases about this. But more importantly, I think the board has considered this a matter of significant policy import and has debated it over the years as we have done today. The second proposal change I made to the second paragraph is actually to avoid inadvertently limiting the policy that the board has just adopted, because it says pending and future matters. I think it applies equally to prior matters that are concluded. So I didn't want to limit the effectiveness of the policy to those. So that's a simpler change. So with that, if anyone wants to make a motion, it would be welcome.
Does the Supreme Court have to adopt any of this?
No, not to my knowledge. So I think this, the final paragraph actually, I'm not sure is really necessary. I think the resolution of the board is effective immediately, but the staff would just like confirmation of that, and I don't see any reason not to grant that request.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Pardon? Good. May I, any objection to substituting the role? Oh, Josh, yes, I'm sorry, you're right. All right, we'll need to call the roll then on both motions at the same time unless anyone objects. I mean, excuse me, on both resolutions at the same time unless anyone objects. Getting a little late here.
Ron? Dylan? Brian?
Yes.
Brian? Jason?
Yes.
Mendoza?
Yes.
Tula?
I'm abstaining with further discussion.
Spalding?
Yes.
Sally?
No.
Yeah, I'll pass unless there's a tie.
I would like to ask for some clarification on an issue that's been brought to my attention. I understand that there was some discussion on the 60-day public comment period that is referenced in 1 through 6. And I wanted to confirm that these 60-day public comment periods were intentional, that there was some discussion from general counsel as to whether or not these actually required 60-day public comment periods. So,
all of these items, although the proposals have been, although in two situations the proposals have been minimized, if you will, to a notation rather than the consumer alert box, but all of these proposals were sent out to public comment for 60 days, and they were commented upon, and that was heard at the September meeting of the board. This is now revisiting that item based on that earlier public comment with the revised proposal. Having said that, do I agree that it would not be required to be sent out for public comment? Yes, I do. I think it was sent out because it is an important issue, and so we didn't want to hide the ball, if you will, and so we asked that it be sent out to public comment, perhaps inappropriately. But my understanding is that the rule that regulates when it gets sent out for public comment is that the board shall send out for public comment changes to rules. This is not a rule and therefore did not require public comment.
Would it be helpful to have Suzanne come up?
Well, unless it,
We haven't identified the issue, right?
I think it's just the issue is that I think it's written a little unclearly, that it wasn't clear if it's saying that this amended policy that the board has just discussed needs to go out for an additional 60-day public comment period, or was that referring to the prior 60-day public comment period? So I wanted it to be clear what it was the board was adopting as the resolution.
It was a reference that to the prior 60-day public comment period, and I lifted that language from what I thought was the standard language, but if I was wrong, I apologize.
But have we, what are you identifying as the question? Because there's a few here.
well, I think from what I just heard from Steve, that this was not intended to be an approval to go out to public comment again, but rather it was language.
right, I think that's
We're not,
And
clear.
it's our fault, we're already passed.
Right.
This
yes,
is false.
and it does not need to go out again.
right. Yeah. So
We
look,
don't need to go out again, and
Let me suggest, I think it's clear that the public comment was completed. The consensus of the RAD co-chairs and general counsel is further public comment is not required. This item has been adopted, and so unless a board member has a motion to offer, I think we're done.
And to be clear, the public comment was included in the item.
I think we're finally done with 3C.
Thank you.
All right. And we're also through with the RAD committee meeting.
Okay.
All righty.
Now, I guess. Well, I'm ready to go to the restaurant.
Share my journey, guys.
So thanks for raising that.
Well, no,
Actually, now I'm getting. Yeah.
no.
Oh, you're gonna stay for this?
What's the last thing?
Trustee training.
Oh, absolutely not. Thank you for pointing that out. No. Oh, yeah. Idiot. At least count heads before you leave. Come on, take it.
I don't use the gavel, sorry. Anyway, to get started, this is the training portion of the board meeting. So, John, welcome.
Thank
Take it
you.
away. I don't think we need roll call or anything, right? We can just start.
Good question.
I don't think we do.
Can we just start? Style.
Yeah, this is. Let's go.
All right. Okay, I actually had to be done by 4:45, so I'm going to do my best. This is really a quick training or orientation on finances for the State Bar. I had 30 slides. I will do my best to go through those really quick and try to really highlight some of the key points. So just quickly, this is the items I'm going to cover today or this evening. Just give you a quick budget primer, talk about reserves and the reserve policy, briefly talk about investments, internal control, financial reporting, and external audit. So just to give you an idea, this is really a traditional finance office, your traditional responsibilities, payroll, financial reporting, billing, and treasury. Quick org chart, which I will move forward. So the budget primer. So our budget, and it's a little, I'm getting used to it, is a fiscal year from January to December 31st. The board of trustees does approve the budget. Tomorrow you'll have the preliminary budget to review and to adopt, and then we'll bring back a final in January. The budget is prepared within the policies of the board, and we use best practices in that preparation. I highlight the timeline. Staff is really developing that budget from September to November or October, and then presenting it to the board in November. It really is a spending plan for the State Bar. It's really the way we allocate resources, and goals and objectives are included, and really major initiatives to accomplish the strategic plan is how we allocate resources. So just a quick highlight for this year, revenue is about 153.6 million, expenses almost 180 million. Use of reserves are 25.8 million. Now, in that number, there are really different uses of reserves, and one example would be the bank settlement fund, in which we had this large payment from legal settlements with various banks. I think it was Bank of America, and we have a spending plan to spend that down over several years, and that was about 9 million this year. The other one, which is an operating use of reserves, is the general fund. Our general fund was budgeted to use about 8.8 million of reserves, and then another, let me see if I had the other example, would be client security fund. So there's some reserves that were in client security. The board took action, I believe it was in May, to increase payments for claims. And so that's another use of reserves. Full-time positions in the bar, 588 in this budget. So where does funding come from? Mandatory fees, 50% of the bar's revenues come from mandatory fees from licensees. Volunteer fees and donations, and I'll go through those in a minute. Other revenues, these are things like trust income from IOLTA accounts, and then grants, and then exam fees related to taking the bar exam. So hopefully you can see this. I'm not sure I can see it. This is the actual billing that we send out to licensed attorneys. And we actually have various items there. So the first one is what we really call our general fund fee, which is $315. There is a $2 amounts that are opt-outs for legislative activity and elimination of bias. Legal services assistance, there's a $40, which has an opt-out. Client security fund is $40, discipline is $25, lawyers assistance, which are all required, and I list those as $40, $25, and $10. So when we send out the bill to active licensees, it's $430. There are, as I highlighted, the deductions underneath: elimination of bias, legislative activity, and legal services. And then, of course, there's optional donations that are also made, and so those are the voluntary fees and donations. So this graph, you hear a lot about that the bar hasn't had an increase in its general fund fee for almost 20 years. Forget how much this line goes down, but I would tell you in 90, I think it was 98, the fee was raised to $318. 2002, it was decreased to $310. 2017, it was re-increased to $315, and where it has stayed since. That dip in 2017 was when the fee bill was not passed. But the point here is that the fee has relatively been flat for over 20 years. So other major revenues of the bar, I talked about the IOLTA accounts, so 6.7 this year. AB 145 filing fees was 4.7. Grant revenue of almost 21 million. Exam fees I highlighted. Legal specialization fees, interest income, and rental income. Yes, Mark. No. Legal, and remember, I'm the new guy. I've been here 60 days. No, legal specialization has its own fund, and so that is really commingled with admissions. So the admissions office really oversees both the bar exam and that legal specialization stuff. All right. So my next is just where do we spend the money? And you know, at the end of the day, the bar as a public agency has, as I showed you, 588 employees. 47% of our costs are in personnel costs. I do show you that capital expenses that were scheduled for this year were only about $4 million, so 2% of our overall budget was actually spent on capital or anticipated to spend on capital. Debt services down at the bottom is $1.2 million. That is really the payment of our loans. The next largest expense that you see there is legal services grants, over $50 million, which is 28% of the bar's budget is spent on those grants. Oops. So this pie graph just shows really where we're spending money overall. So access inclusion is $53.4 million at 30%. Chief Trial Counsel, 34.8% at 20%. What else is major that you see? Admissions is $20 million, but that is, again, self-supportive based on the fees. Come on. All right, so this slide just shows you where employees are allocated in the budget. Admissions has almost 70 employees. Chief Trial Counsel, which is really our largest office, at 254. Full-time equivalents budgeted. This is actually budgeted positions. State Bar Court has 43, but this is the listing of positions within the State Bar organization. Not sure if there's anything I need to highlight, but anyway, that's the allocation of positions within the bar. So I'm going to talk briefly about reserves for the State Bar. This is the board's reserve policy, and so it's in the board book currently under 4.1-3, which is, I think, section 3 is. So reserves are calculated by taking the current assets minus the current liabilities. It's really the definition of working capital, and it's what the bar within some of these funds has available to support operations. The board actually sets uses of reserves to be one-time in nature, certainly for capital or things that are special projects, which also is the same thing as an unexpected expenditure requirement. There have been in the past specific requirements that would require the use of reserves. And then the other one, which I think is very important and will be discussed a little tomorrow as part of the overall budget, is multi-year forecast shows an ongoing structural deficit. And where this has really been applied has been within the general fund. So the next one is uses of reserves under 10% must be approved by the Board of Trustees. I think that will be a discussion as well tomorrow, as the preliminary budget does have reserves within the general fund going under that 10% requirement. So here's the minimum target for reserves where there are requirements for those reserves, which is 17%, which is based on 2 months. Now, there are certain funds that are excluded from those, in which I list. An example would be Legal Services Trust Fund, Equal Access, Justice Gap, and the Bank Settlement Fund. There is no requirement. And for client security, which does have a reserve requirement, what is supposed to be taken out is the actual claims and payables. So it's really, the reserve is for the operations for managing client security fund, not for the actual claims being paid. This just shows you the beginning reserves at this fiscal year. And I think as I was throwing this slide together, I can tell you there was at least one error on that. But general fund is 21.6 million. It's the percentage on the general fund that's wrong. Admissions was 4.5, 22% reserve currently. That is one of the funds that I'll discuss tomorrow that is projected to go underneath the 17 potentially. Client security has a $8 million reserve and is at 39% based on the operating costs, not the claims payable. So it just gives you a list of various funds. Those are the funds that are off to the left that require a minimum reserve. The ones to the right do not require a reserve, but you still see the money that's there. Bank settlement has almost $30 million in reserves as we start this fiscal year. So just quickly, Treasury, I provided the investment report for the third quarter. Currently we have about $100 million in investments. I will tell you the goal is always safety. Actually it's safety, 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 but in this case it's safety, liquidity, and yield in that order. The investment policy is adopted by the board. It's reviewed by staff, and the Finance Audit Committee, or Finance Planning Committee, usually reviews it once a year, and then it is the Finance Planning Committee that would initiate any changes. It is highly restricted by the government code, as most public agencies are. It really to go back to the security. And when we are investing, it's things like treasuries, agency bonds, corporate notes, highly rated corporate notes, municipal bonds, and LAIF is our state pool. I won't go into this. This is just the summary of that $100 million. Financial reporting overview. So just talking about our financial reports. Oh, God, I got to go faster. Still January to December, prepared according to GAAP. GASB is the authority that oversees it. We do present all in one fund, a consolidated enterprise fund within the financial statements. And traditional fund accounting. We do use fund accounting to track all of these different revenues for specific purposes. Types of reports that come to the board and to management. The first one is we do provide monthly financial reports for management of the bar to help them manage their programs and offices. And we do present quarterly reports to the board and things like the client security and the investment report. Mid-year analysis, which is required by the board. It's in the board book, which was done in September, where we provide the board an update on how revenues are projecting with revenues and expenditures are compared to budget. And then the annual audited financial statements, the audit committee had met with the external auditors. Those will be prepared and presented to the board in May. Just quickly on the fund structure, I talked a little about fund accounting and the separation. We do have one general fund. That's really where you have the most discretion. We have restricted fund groups. Those would be things like Legal Services Trust Fund, LAP, and whatnot. Special revenue is things like admissions. And so here's the listing. Three special revenue accounts, a lot of restricted funds. Just everything from elimination of bias, lawyer assistance program, LAP, legal specialization, equal access. Moving on. So this is probably the more critical part of my presentation, is just in reviewing reports and what is the board evaluating. And these are really three questions that were presented last year. Is our financial condition improving or deteriorating? Do we have sufficient cash to pay our current liabilities as they come due? And how are revenues and expenses comparing to budget? So this was what we presented to the Finance Planning Committee today. I think it's on consent for tomorrow. We're really trying to highlight certain things. This is a third quarter comparison where at the end of the day, revenues are 7.3 higher than our budgeted revenues and expenses are under. So from that perspective, on a really broad viewpoint, we're okay right now. Expenses are usually heavier in the fourth quarter where revenues have flattened out because most of our revenue is received in the first couple months of the year through licensing. But then you see some of the other expenses. Chief Trial Counsel is currently under budget by $2.8 million. So we really, in those reports, we really try to highlight for the board the critical key elements. And if you take a look at those and you have questions, always feel free to give me a call. This is just assets and liability. The other way of measuring is how your net position is. Total assets here did decline over last year, and also liabilities. And our net position, because of things like the bank settlement and the increase in spend down for CSF and the general fund, our net position has declined by 22. So the question about deterioration, in certain cases, the bar's financial position is deteriorating, and the general fund would be an example of that. State bar audits, these are just the three that are going to or are currently occurring. The external audit will start in December. The state audit is currently occurring, and the legislative office's review is also ongoing. And just from a timing side, interim starts now, and it will come back to the board in May. Financial reporting, internal controls, extremely important to ensure that our financial reporting is fair and accurate. My graphic more or less says there are a lot of risks out there. It's management's responsibility to put together internal control, a framework and a structure to protect against those risks and to ensure accurate financial reporting. And that includes everything from segregation of duties, reviews and approvals, policies, staff training, system controls within our finance system. Here's the definition. I won't go into it. At the end of the day, internal controls, the cost of putting controls in shouldn't outweigh the value of those controls or what you're trying to protect. Here's COSO's internal framework. This is really the point of you implement control, you monitor it, you evaluate it, you assess it, and then you come back and you revise it. Oops. Responsibility. Internal control is the responsibility of all employees of the State Bar. This really has to do with daily implementation of policies. Management's our responsibility to create those internal controls and design them. It's the board ultimately responsible for the adequacy and to ensure that their processes are in place. And then the external auditors who really report to the board. It's the independent or the external auditors are your outside people that review our controls, and so that's the independence for the board is what as far as the audit goes with the external auditors reviewing that. Board Audit Committee role of internal control. So I think this is one of my last slides. Really provide your responsibility is to provide independent review. Both for our financial reporting and our internal controls. That goes to reviewing our annual financial statements, being involved in the audit, ensuring sufficient knowledge and time to deliberate and ask questions and have discussion on that. I think that's it. And then that's it. I apologize. I'm always open for any questions or any further discussion.
That was amazing. So I have a question.
Yes, Jason.
So I think 2 years ago, we did a internal control audit,
Review.
like
Yes.
Moss Adams did. Is the plan going forward, adopting their recommendations and the plan going forward, is that all going to be done based on your slide internally, where management reviews all the internal controls on a yearly basis?
Yeah, so there's two things. When the auditors come in, they really do, they assess controls to ensure that the financials that we present are fair and accurate. The internal control that was done, I think it's just a little less than 2 years. There was a whole bunch of recommendations, and staff has been knocking those out. And I think it was at the meeting I was in September, which was my first meeting. I think it was Kim had given sort of an update on the various findings and our status. And so for that review that they did, we're working through implementing all of those recommendations. And recommendations from, improving segregation of duties to adopt or revise policies. So we're really going through each one. I think there's a total of 73, all really good. And staff, I know my staff is working on the ones that are related to finance. But overall, those will be implemented. The external auditors that are here now will look at some of those and see if those create any risks that they want to further assess. And then I think it's in the board book, I thought I saw it, that there's a requirement every 5 years there is this internal control review. Right. So, yeah, the unrevised. So this was the one that Moss Adams did almost 2 years ago. MGO will do that if we extend for the 4th year. They would be the ones that would do it. And they would start with that original review and then go and do their own assessment. And so that is scheduled for, I think it's 2022 is the year I think it's scheduled for. So. Sorry. Oh, thank you. Sorry I kept you guys late, but. All right.
What's the address, name and address?